Chapter 744. Michael vs. Victoria. The sun slowly set down on the horizon, giving way for the darkness to blanket the world. The raining snowflakes added a tinge of white to the gray atmosphere. Snow blanketed the city as far as one could see. The temperature dropped to dangerous levels. This winter had proven itself as the coldest one in recent centuries. If the winter wasn't enough, the Thusians had to face a vengeful half-immortal. Thusia prepared itself for the war against Ghost. They lost all the kingdoms they conquered in a matter of a few days. This showed the entire world how powerful a half-immortal was. It had been hundreds of years since the world had seen one. Thus, the world had forgotten about half-immortals and immortals. Ghost reminded the world with a tight slap. It wouldn't be an understatement to say the entire world was concerned about Ghost. Even the Empress of Ar gathered all her war gods and asked to formulate a plan to defend their land in case Ghost turned his murderous gaze toward them. She ordered everyone to raise their cultivation levels fast. In fact, the Empress ordered the royal blacksmiths, engineers, and runemasters to build a special arena where a fusion stage cultivator could safely break through to the half-immortal stage. Of course, this arena wouldn't save them from the heavenly tribulation 100%, but it would certainly increase their chances of survivability. Finally, when darkness completely took over the day, Michael arrived at the capital. He didn't bring anyone with him because he didn't need them. He ordered King Gunnar, King Baldur, and all his allies to leave the Ithilien island. They didn't dare to argue with Michael. They all heard what had happened to the Duchy of Valeria. It was indeed a pity they had to leave Golden Port. However, their lives and their soldiers' lives were more important than the city itself. The golden dome around the capital flickered, indicating Michael's arrival to the Thusians. Michael could have blocked these arrays with the system, but he simply didn't. In fact, he wanted them to know. Only that way would they feel helpless and afraid before losing their lives. Granted, he could kill Victoria, her family, and destroy the kingdom in a couple of days. But he wanted every single one of them to suffer and live their last moments of life with fear. He wanted them to wish they were dead instead of living in constant fear. As for Victoria and Maxim Barnes, he had special plans. Michael's glance swept over the capital. Although he grew up in the forest far north of the castle, he knew nothing about the city. His whole world was the sanctuary and the people living in it. Up to this moment, he had no idea about the exact location of the cosmic stream. The system asked 3 million badass points to pinpoint the stream. However, Michael chose not to pay the system. Since King Maxim Barnes was using the stream to break through to the half-immortal stage, the location would be revealed automatically to him the moment Maxim Barnes triggered the heavenly tribulation. Unluckily for Maxim, Michael would be waiting to hinder his tribulation. Michael slowly flew toward the Golden Dome. It covered the entire city. As much as Michael hated Edith, he had to admire her talents in runes and arrays. Even Eladir was surprised by some of her runes. The closer Michael moved toward the energy dome, the more ripples appeared in the dome. Using his X-ray vision, Michael scanned the city. He found no life signs in the city except inside the castle grounds. The reports Michael heard were right. Victoria evacuated the citizens out of Thusia. Not that Michael would have cared if there were people in the city, but at least now he had a clear conscience. The soldiers within the castle came running outside. They all prepared the trebuchets, giant crossbows, and flamethrowers ready. These machines were engraved with powerful runes to hurt cultivators. Michael couldn't care less about them. Even the immortal killing weapons failed to harm him. The only way to kill him was the god-killing arrows that Michael was still researching about. Michael had a feeling these arrows were somehow connected to the system and its origins. After all, as long as Michael had the system, killing him would be impossible. Michael shoved all those thoughts to the corner of his mind. At this moment, he completely focused on one thing: the destruction of Thusia once and for all. To Michael's surprise, Evan and Zanali flew through the energy dome to him. The moment Evan saw his half-immortal level 9, his eyes widened. Thanks to Gaia killing the Blood Prince and some of the vampires who chose not to serve the Dark Lord, Michael gained enough experience points to reach level 9. His god-level cultivation speed startled Evan. It wasn't even a year since he entered the half-immortal stage. With this rate, Evan could tell Ghost would become immortal in a few months. Ghost, we need to talk about what you're going to do. You already killed Valeria, destroyed all their cities, and took back the kingdom they conquered. Isn't it enough? Asked Zanali. Michael remained silent. If you let go of this feud, it'll release Gaia of all the crimes she has committed, said Zanali, only to see Michael fold his arms. First, it's not enough. I want this place razed to the ground. Second, Gaia didn't commit any crimes. You and your mother took the throne, which rightfully belongs to Gaia. You two drove the once powerful kingdom into a debt trap and robbed the kingdom of its status. Gaia only tried to save what you've been destroying. As far as I am concerned, you, your mother, and Gaia's father are the criminals. Zanali was about to respond to him when he raised his finger. I am not here to talk about Nagaland. I am here to settle some old scores. Get out of my way. A powerful gust of wind shot out of Michael's hand, blasting Zanali and Evan away. They were sent flinging back to the capital like kites without anchors. They couldn't regain their balance until they crashed onto the streets. Evan and Zanali growled. Blood trickled down their mouths. Evan's mind completely went blank. Ghost almost killed them with just a wave of his hands. His power simply terrified Evan. He used to think he could catch up with Ghost if he ventured into resource-rich places like the treacherous ocean or even the demon's grave. But now, attempting to reach his level seemed impossible. He didn't think anyone could match up to him. Victoria, Michael uttered the name in a creepy way. His tone sent shivers running down everyone's spines. Finally, Victoria walked out of the castle with her battle armor on. Royal guards and ministers surrounded her. However, she didn't take them with her to meet Ghost in midair. She hovered behind the energy dome just a few meters away from Michael. Michael slowly touched the shield as a bolt of energy hit Michael back. If anyone under the soul refining stage had touched the shield, they would have turned into ashes. But to Michael, it felt like an ant's sting. Michael and Victoria looked at each other without uttering a word. None had any words for each other but only immense killing lust. How does it feel to lose everything? Asked Michael. Victoria trembled. Her eyes turned blood red within a few seconds. Michael enjoyed the pain in her eyes. When she put a dagger through his heart, she had no emotions. It was like she didn't give a shit about Abraz or his love. She didn't raise a finger when her soldiers slaughtered everyone without mercy. Their deaths were not painless or quick like Valeria's. Instead, Booth and his men ensured the people in the sanctuary suffered. They vented their anger on the elders and the people for keeping the cosmic stream out of the world's reach for centuries. Of course, if Michael was in Maxim Barnes' shoes and he found a power source like the cosmic stream, he would have coveted it. But Michael wouldn't have slaughtered innocent people in the process. He would have found another way, or if the push came to shove, he would have used the system to absorb the energy source forcefully. No matter what, he wouldn't have slaughtered children for power. No words, huh? Michael snickered, seeing no words coming out of Victoria's mouth. You and I both know this shield cannot protect you. You're going to die today, and so does everyone in your capital, said Michael. Afterward, he looked over Victoria's shoulder at the people on the castle grounds. Last chance to get out of here. Michael amplified his voice with arch energy. Hence, his words sounded loud and clear in their ears. He genuinely offered the soldiers and the nobles a chance to escape. Unfortunately, they all decided to stay with Victoria to their last breath. You are all betting on Maxim Barnes reaching the half-immortal stage, right? Guess what? Even if he becomes one, he has no chance of killing me. And Vicky, do you think I will let him become one? I heard messing with the heavenly tribulation will break someone's meridians. I have to test that theory today, Michael snickered. He still couldn't decide who to kill first, Victoria or Maxim. Nonetheless, they would both die at the end of the day. Michael devilishly grinned. He toyed with Victoria's mind just like how she played with Abraz. While he was riling Victoria up, the soldiers prepared the war machines to fire at him. He didn't mind them at all. No matter how hard they tried, those poor souls had no chance of hurting him at all. Michael placed his hand on the golden dome, creating ripples in the shield. He leaned forward toward Victoria. Are you going to stare at me or try to avenge your mother? Michael grinned. As Michael expected, the moment he mentioned Valeria, Victoria dashed at him. Her armor lit up like a Christmas tree. The runes glowed in various colors. She could have fought a level 1 half immortal with the cosmic energy and the armor, but she stood no chance against Michael. He simply flew backward, away from the golden shield. "Your Royal Highness," the royal guards shouted, seeing Victoria dashing outside through the shield. Finally, the battle between Ghost and Victoria began. She had a whole kingdom and an army behind while Michael faced them alone. Despite the advantage of numbers, they all feared Michael. In fact, they knew this was an unwinnable battle. Still, they fought for Thusia out of loyalty. Chapter 745. Michael vs. Victoria 2. In midair, Victoria and Michael clashed. She unsheathed her long sword and held it tightly using both hands. The sword was extremely heavy, but this sword was just for normal enemies. She could conjure a sword made of cosmic energy, which could cut through anything except Michael's body. That didn't mean the cosmic sword was completely useless against Michael. For some reason, Victoria fought with the big long sword instead of the cosmic sword. Victoria swung her heavy sword left and right. Michael wondered what lengths she went to reach the fusion stage in such a short amount of time. Judging by the unstable energy radiation around her body, Michael could tell she had used shortcuts to boost her power. Michael swayed his body to the sides, easily evading the sword. Victoria's figure was blurry to others, but to Michael, she moved in slow motion. He read all her moves before she made them. Victoria was trained to control her emotions. But how could she control her anger when she fights the killer of her mother? "Is this all you got?" Michael snickered. He put one arm behind and swatted the sword with the other. Victoria fought viciously. Each of her sword swings cut through the air, creating a sharp noise. While swinging the sword, she raised her hand. Immediately, the sword in her hand lit with fire. The flames were scorching hot. They vaporized the snow in a 5-meter radius around them. It felt like the snow had stopped for Michael and Victoria. Every time she swung her sword, the flames lingered in the sword's path for a few moments before fading away. Despite the flames on the sword, Michael swatted the sword like it was nothing. Suddenly, Michael grabbed the sword with one hand. "I am disappointed in how pathetically weak you are," said Michael. He clenched his fist and punched Victoria in the gut, sending her flying back into the dome. She flew in the air for a minute or two before crashing down on a wooden building. The sheer force of her collision made the house crumble down. Michael looked at the flaming sword in his hand. "Fancy sword," mumbled Michael. To his surprise, a couple of crimson-red runes glowed on the hilt. The sword dashed out of his grab. It flew straight toward Victoria, leaving a fiery trail in the air. He noticed the broken wooden planks in the house moving. Soon, Victoria managed to climb up the collapsed house with the flaming sword in her hand. "Your Royal Highness." The royal guards came running to her rescue. "Fire!" Michael turned his gaze toward an old man in silver armor. The ashen-haired old man ordered his men to fire the trebuchets. Michael wasn't surprised by the old man's fusion stage cultivation level. At this point, Michael would be surprised if Thusia didn't have any more fusion stage cultivators. With this many fusion stage warriors, no wonder no one was able to touch Thusia. Maxim Barnes created a powerful dynasty in a short time using the cosmic stream. The boulders fired by the trebuchets soared through the air. In midair, some of the boulders froze while some lit up with flames. Michael hovered in the air, waiting for the boulders. When they were just a few meters away from him, Michael simply raised his hand. A ring of arc flames pulsated from Michael's body. Upon the boulders came into contact with the dark flames, they turned into ashes. The soldiers were stunned. In a blink of an eye, almost 20 boulders disappeared from their sight completely. Still, the old man did not lose hope. He barked another order to fire again. At the same time, Victoria shot toward the sky to resume her fight. A frozen boulder reached Michael before Victoria. He surprised everyone by catching the boulder. He lifted the boulder with one hand. He started to spin the boulder on top of his index finger. When he saw Victoria soaring through the air, he threw the boulder at her. She swung the sword, cutting the boulder in half. But when the boulder split open, she saw Michael's fist. She quickly raised the sword to defend herself. Michael's fist hit the sword. In return, the sword hit Victoria's face. Her vision became blurry for a moment. Michael utilized the opportunity by grabbing her by the shoulder and head-butting her. The helmet she wore formed cracks as she felt like she hit a stone wall. For a few moments, everything around her started to spin. Michael sent her flying back to the castle with a single slap. Blood and Victoria's wisdom tooth gushed out of her mouth. The royal guards couldn't see their princess getting beaten to death. Although they were ordered to stay out of the battle, the loyal Fusians broke the order for the sake of Victoria. All the 12 royal guards shot toward the sky with no fear but intense anger and killing intent in their eyes. Each of them was armed to the teeth and halberds engraved with various runes. Unlike Victoria, the royal guards began to cast various spells. In a blink of an eye, Michael saw various shapes and forms made of celestial energy materializing in front of his eyes. The spells lighted up the dark sky, and the boulders were the fireworks. Zanali leaped onto the air and caught Victoria in midair. The pressure began to get to Evan. Deep down, he wanted to get the hell out of the capital to save himself. However, the oath he took as a guardian prevented him from doing so. Contrary to the Thusian soldiers, he had no loyalty toward Thusia. Even when Ghost wasn't casting any spells, Evan could feel immense pressure under the shield. The only silver lining was that at least Ghost didn't seem to have any intention of breaking the shield down. While Zanali was helping Victoria, Evan looked up at the sky to see the royal guards battling Ghost. The sky was littered with all the elements there were. Michael saw a lion made of fire roaring at him, a sword made of ice flying toward him, and ethereal hands trying to hold him down. Michael didn't flinch an eye. He just floated in the air with his hands folded. Instead of wasting his energy defending, he let the spells hit him. One by one, the spells hit Michael. Of course, the responsive shield appeared around Michael in the form of a translucent shield and absorbed the attacks completely. As a result, not even Michael's robes were harmed by the spells. When all the shapes and forms disappeared from the sky, Michael shook his head disappointedly. "What did you expect? You all come to the rescue of your princess like shining knights, eradicate evil and fly into the sunset?" Michael's words echoed through the capital. Life is all about making the right and wrong choices and living with the consequences. By coming to her rescue, you made the wrong choice, and the consequence is death. Since the royal guards were floating closer to Michael, they heard an otherworldly vibration in the air. The very next moment, 2 dark beams shot out of Michael's eyes. Those who were on the ground couldn't see the dark beams because of the dark sky above them. The dark beams went straight through a royal guard's head. He fell from the sky, and before the others could react, the beam took a sharp 90-degree turn and pierced another soldier's head. In a matter of seconds, the dark beams killed all the soldiers. Evan was unable to tell how these soldiers were killed. One moment they were floating in the air, and another, they fell from the air like dead bees. Everything happened so quickly. When Victoria opened her eyes, she saw her royal guards falling from the sky. She shook off Zanali's hands. Once again, she shot toward the sky. This time, Michael didn't fight Victoria. Instead, he flew toward the golden dome. Dark flames enveloped his fists as he put on his hands. The shield trembled, creating several ripples. He slowly tore open the shield with his bare hands. The soldiers firing the trebuchets felt a chill. "Everyone keeps firing. Do not let him through the shield." Mages. The Minister of Defense, Terence, barked orders. At that moment, Victoria aimed to attack Michael from behind while the mages and the trebuchets hit Michael from the front. Yet he ignored all of them. While tearing apart the shield, Michael turned back. The dark beams shot at Victoria. She reacted quickly and deflected the beams with her sword. She fought desperately to stop him from entering the shield. However, her attempts became futile as he slipped through the tear in the shield. "Now let me slaughter your people before your eyes, just like your men did," said Michael, looking over his shoulder. The next moment, he dashed toward the war machines with speed beyond any mortal comprehension. Victoria was only able to see the afterimages left by him. Terrence's neck hair stood up. He may have decades of experience, the skill to operate under pressure, and Fusio stage cultivation to back all of it up. But in front of a half-immortal, he was nothing. He only heard a whistling wind before everything turned dark. Michael didn't even know who this old man was. His head flew in the air with a single wind blade across his head. Michael landed right beside a trebuchet. Instead of casting a spell, Michael just punched the trebuchet toward the war machines behind it. The trebuchet crashed into the others at the speed of a train. It destroyed everything in its path and the soldiers. Zanali managed to save some soldiers but lost many. Blood and fire flew all over the place. The images of Valeria flashed across her eyes. Seeing the destruction, the nobles screamed as they ran back into the castle for cover. Poor souls had no idea the castle was Michael's main target. Victoria tried to keep up with Michael. She used cosmic energy to match Michael's speed to stop the destruction. However, even with the cosmic energy, she was too slow. Michael picked up a broken trebuchet and threw it at Victoria. Just like before, Victoria sliced through the machine. "Arg!" she screamed as she brought down the sword upon Michael. Michael simply grabbed the sword, but the shock wave sent everyone around them flying, including Zanali and Evan. Michael felt the cosmic energy radiation from her body getting unstable by the second. It took great effort to keep himself from killing Victoria with a single punch. If he did that, it wouldn't be the proper revenge he had waited all these years for. The moment Michael grabbed the sword, he pulled it toward him. He grabbed Victoria's hand and began hitting her against the floor left and right like she was a piece of cloth. After a while, Michael threw her toward the cluttered houses around the castle. Zanali noticed Ghost raising his hand toward the sky. Suddenly, she felt something strange. In the sky, several large fiery boulders slowly materialized. Evan's eyes widened in shock. The humongous size of the boulders cast shadows on the ground, darkening the city. Even from afar, everyone could feel the scorching heat. This meteor spell once belonged to Zachary, and now, Michael unlocked its true potential. Chapter 746. Michael vs. Victoria 3. At that moment, four giant boulders covered in scorching hot flames hovered over the city. "Please don't do it, Ghost," Zanali pleaded. Although Victoria had evacuated the city, there were still many soldiers and nobles who remained in the city. She was unable to see them dead. However, Michael didn't give a damn about Zanali's plea. He brought his hand down, releasing flaming meteors upon the city. The meteors created a terrifying buzzing in the air as they soared down the sky. The city trembled when they hit the golden shield. Countless cracks appeared in the shield. As a result, the shield flickered. It took only a few seconds before the shield completely crumbled down. The fiery meteors became closer and closer to the city. While they were falling down from the sky, these boulders lit up the sky in bright orange. Just the buzzing noise they created was enough to make everyone tremble. After casting the spell, Michael dashed forward. He saw Victoria trying to get back to her feet. When she saw the meteors, her heart skipped a beat. Her killing intent soared through the roof. With a flick of her wrist, she took a healing potion and emptied it down her throat. Seeing Ghost flying toward her, she threw the long sword to the side. Instead, she closed her eyes, conjuring a dark purple sword. It was none other than the cosmic sword. Michael felt the pure energy from the sword. The heat it radiated was just second to the dark flames themselves. Michael didn't try to block the sword with his immortal killing sword or the spear. He knew attempting to block the cosmic sword with those weapons would be futile. Victoria swung the purple sword with lightning speed. To her surprise, Michael blocked her sword with a black shield. The moment the sword hit the shield, it created a powerful shock wave that decimated everything in a 10-meter radius. The force of it knocked back Victoria and even sent Michael back flying for a few meters. Michael regained his balance. He looked down at the shield to see a cut on the shield's surface for the first time. The cut was not deep enough to break it, but the sword cut the shield nonetheless. Victoria did not give Michael any time to retaliate. She shot toward the sky with her sword. She began to cut down the meteors using every bit of her strength. Zanali joined Victoria in destroying the meteors. Some of the soldiers also joined them in their fruitless attempt to save their city. They failed to understand that Michael could cast the spell again and again. However, Michael watched them waste all their energies for nothing. "Oh, Victoria," Ghost said from the ground. His voice echoed through the city. "It seems like you are in a bit of a blunder. I am going to destroy your precious castle along with everyone in it." Even with the cosmic energy, you cannot be in two places at once. Victoria's body froze as he turned around to see Michael moving toward the castle. She was stuck between destroying the meteors and saving the castle. Michael wasn't kidding when he said he would destroy the castle and everyone in it. When he reached the castle, he covered himself with the dark flames and flew straight into the castle. He punched through the walls and pillar with such force and speed as the castle slowly crumbled down before Victoria's eyes. The giant front door collapsed down, blocking the entrance. Victoria couldn't locate Michael within the castle. Evan stared at the castle with a blank mind. The ground itself trembled beneath his legs. Maxim Barnes built the castle with the strongest of materials and runes to withstand devastating natural disasters and attacks of all sorts. However, the castle completely failed to withstand Michael's onslaught. Zanali dived down to help the nobles stuck within the castle. She heard their cries for help and saw some boulders flying away due to someone casting spells from within. While Zanali tried to help the nobles, Victoria destroyed the boulders. Tears flew out of her eyes. Her entire kingdom was getting decimated before her eyes, and she could do nothing to stop it. Zanali saw a statue hit the ground and splatter into pieces. The statues had rolled onto her feet. She picked it up to realize the head belonged to King Maxim. The king's ego made him put a statue on top of the castle. It symbolized he rules over the world from high above. Michael destroyed the statue as well as what it symbolized. When Michael reached the top of the castle, he flew away from the castle. He patiently waited for Victoria to turn around and look at him. It didn't take long for Victoria to notice him. Michael slowly raised his hand. Under Victoria's murderous gaze, Michael simply snapped his fingers as the castle collapsed completely. Zanali and Evan leaped out of the way. Many nobles were not so fortunate to escape. As a result, the walls and stones crushed them. "Arg!" Victoria roared like a cornered beast. The energy radiation around her body shot through the roof as she dashed at Michael. She swung her cosmic sword left and right while Michael blocked the attacks with his black shield. Still, Victoria managed to cut him a few times. Each cut was a couple of inches deeper. Blood trickled down Michael's chest. Yet he didn't mind them at all. He finished toying with her. "Give me all you got, bitch," Michael snickered. The battle between them intensified. Michael couldn't go all out because she would be dead in a second if he did. Hence, Michael suppressed his power. Despite suppressing his power, he still proved way stronger than Victoria. She swung her sword left and right like a crazed beast. Michael evaded some and blocked many with the black shield. "Arg!" Victoria swung her sword across his neck with a roar. Mitchie bent backward in the air, turned his body, and kicked her in the head. The kick sent Victoria flying. She coughed up dark blood. Michael didn't wait for her to dash forward. Instead, he flew toward her. He grabbed Victoria by her hair and punched her repeatedly in the face. She tried to stab him with the sword, but Michael grabbed her wrist, twisting it in the process. The cosmic sword disappeared from one hand and appeared in the other. She tried to stab him. In fact, Michael was caught off guard. However, before she could stab him, Michael cast the Sileni's spell, slowing down the time around him. She pulled the sword out of her hand. She didn't even realize the sword was not in her hands anymore. Michael grabbed Victoria by her neck while capturing the dark flames to burn the cosmic sword down. Victoria's eyes widened, seeing the dark flames engulfing the cosmic sword. After Michael ripped off her armor, she lost major protection. Michael didn't show her any mercy as he punched her in the chest, breaking several ribs. Blood gushed out of Victoria's mouth. He knew he should feel some kind of mercy or pity for Victoria, but he simply couldn't. She didn't raise a finger when her men slaughtered everyone in the sanctuary, including children. Because of her and her father's lust for power, thousands of people lost their loved ones, homeland, parents, and lives. All of this could have been avoided only if Maxim Barnes and in this world, only the primordial flames had the power to fight cosmic energy. That was why Maxim Barnes sent Victoria to Mazeroth. He tried to covert all the flames to himself. But the poor man managed to get no primordial flames. The primordial flames were believed to be sentient. They chose its bearer and not the other way around. Hence, why the dark flames chose Michael over Victoria even when she was the one who found it. Michael grabbed her chest plate and ripped off the armor with his bare hand. He tossed the armor to the ground. I loved you so much, yet you gave me nothing but pain. Michael slowly said, Why did you have to kill them? Michael threw Victoria into the rubble. Some of the soldiers who survived the castle's destruction rushed to save their princess. But Michael raised his hand, sending lightning bolt after lightning bolt to kill them in a few seconds. Evan stood at a safe distance from Michael. Stand up, said Michael. He landed near Victoria and picked her up by her hand. Thunder rumbled above Michael. Soon the snowfall stopped. Instead, the sky split open as nature brought its wrath in the form of heavy rain. He dragged Victoria out of the rubble before throwing her a few meters away. Look at your kingdom, said Michael. Only Evan and Zanali remained still unscathed. Michael put his arms behind his back, looking at the ruin before him. As far as he could see, there was nothing but rubble. Even the heavy rain couldn't put out the flames spreading through the kingdom. What built from fire shall be reduced to ashes, Michael recalled the words of his elders. He saw the elders smiling at him from above. He let the rain wash over his face in silence. Victoria tried to stand up, but Michael sent a sliver of lightning bolt through her chest. Zanali wanted to help Victoria, but her legs refused to move. She had to think about Nagaland. If Gaia wanted, she could come up to Nagaland and destroy the kingdom with Ghost's help. The last thing Zanali wanted was the destruction of her kingdom. The Guardian Guild didn't save one of their own, so how could she expect them to save a kingdom of Nagas? You could have built a powerful nation without the cosmic stream, said Michael. You took something from me. Now I have taken everything from you except your father's life. As soon as Victoria heard these words, she clenched her fist. She wanted to get up, but her body gave up. Don't die. I haven't killed your father yet, said Michael. He was waiting for Maxim to trigger the heavenly tribulation. Killing Maxim Barnes would be the last thing he does as Ghost. Afterward, Ghost would fade away from existence, and the Dark Lord would rise from Thuja's ashes. Chapter 747. King Maxim's arrival. Michael moved his hands as several boulders lined up before him. They formed a long pillar almost the size of a 5-story building. Michael picked up Victoria, shot toward the sky, and banged her against the pillar formation. Soon, golden chains appeared around her, pinning her in a T-pose on the pillar. From this position, Victoria could see the entire city. I wish I had taken your head, Victoria groaned. But I want you to regret every decision you've made, Michael snickered. He slowly turned around. Dark clouds slowly gathered in the sky, darkening the place. It wasn't Michael's doing but the result of energy fluctuation in the air. An outside force messed up the balance between celestial energy and arch energy around the world. Suddenly, the sky started to rumble. Purple lightning streaks struck across the sky. The heavy rain became worse by the second. Coupled with the howling wind, the heavy rain put out the fire in the city. As a result, darkness took over the place. Their only light source was the streaks of lightning in the sky. Everyone, including Zanali, could feel the pressure in the atmosphere. Out of the blue, a thick purple lightning bolt hit the forest north of the castle. Unlike a typical bolt of lightning, it didn't disappear. Instead, the lightning bolt lingered in the air as though it was frozen. They all looked at the bolt of lightning with bewildered faces. Michael's lips curved upwards, revealing a devilish grin. It seems like your father has begun his heavenly tribulation, said Michael. Victoria struggled against the chains to escape. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't escape. First, she was too tired and exhausted her energy fighting Michael. Second, there were runes engraved on the chains to keep her weak. Michael wanted her to watch the death of her father. At that moment, Victoria only had her father, and Michael wanted to take that away from her. Michael patiently waited for Maxim Barnes to trigger the heavenly tribulation. He knew the first lightning bolt was just a phenomenon before the actual tribulation. As Michael expected, the sky was lit with hundreds of lightning flashes. The lightning bolts formed a web in the sky as thunder kept rumbling louder and louder. Michael still didn't lift a finger. He watched the heavenly tribulation begin with Zanali and Evan. "Is that heavenly tribulation?" Evan mumbled. "The elders would sense it in a few minutes," said Zanali with a heavy sigh. She knew even if the elders appeared here, there was nothing to achieve here. Ghost had decimated the kingdom, and it would only take a spell from him to disrupt the heavenly tribulations. The damage had already been done. To be honest, Zanali didn't think the Guardians would be able to stop Ghost. He didn't even give a damn about the Council of Immortals. "The Guardians will kill you if you do something to my father," Victoria growled. Michael slowly turned around. "But because they want another human to be a half-immortal?" Michael tilted his head. "You and I both know your father doesn't give a shit about the Guardians. All he wants is power and control. You can't stop him." "He has the cosmic stream," said Victoria, only to receive a tight slap to her face. Michael leaned closer to her ears. "Not for long. The cosmic stream will be mine." Zanali, who had heard the word cosmic twice, wondered what the hell was that. She had no idea what they were talking about. However, she had a feeling it was connected to whatever happened between Ghost and Thusia. "What? You want to protect the stream so no one can benefit from it? Your people could have ruled this world and led it to a golden age. You are just a dog that doesn't eat and let others eat. Oh, darling. I'm going to use the shit out of it. You think this is only about revenge? Well, it's mostly about vengeance, but the cosmic energy is a cherry on top." Michael ran his fingers through her face as she growled. Finally, an ear-piercing thunder rumbled in the sky. Following the thunderclap, a strange buzzing noise resonated throughout the city. At that moment, another lightning bolt hit the forest several meters away from the first lightning bolt. Like the one earlier, the second lightning bolt froze in the air. Electricity crackled around the two bolts. Several smaller streaks of lightning bolts branched out from each, forming a net in between. Michael cracked his knuckles. Unlike everyone expected and hoped in Thusia, Maxim's fate would be a bit anticlimactic. Michael waited for the lightning to strike from the sky. Victoria noticed golden bolts of lightning crackling around Michael's fist. She shivered. A single bolt of lightning from his hand could disrupt the entire heavenly tribulation and make his father a cripple. "No. Kill me. No. Please don't do anything, Abras, please." Victoria panicked. Her fear and panic only made him happier. "Beg me more. It feels so refreshing." Finally, Michael sensed Maxim's presence in his environmental scanning. But Michael didn't go after him. Instead, he just raised his hand. He looked at Victoria with an amused smile. "This is your father's end. Look closer." "No." Victoria's scream echoed through the air as the lightning bolt shot out of Michael's finger. The bolt of lightning traveled in slow motion in Victoria's eyes. Zanali immediately waved her hand, casting a defense spell around her and Evan. The bolt of lightning soared through the air and hit the frozen lightning bolts. As soon as they clashed, an explosion went off. This explosion made nuclear explosions look like mere candlelight. For a few moments, Zanali and Evan couldn't open their eyes. Moreover, they were blasted away by the explosion's effects. The temperature rose in the air to the point that the rain droplets evaporated before reaching the ground. It didn't even take a few minutes for the snow to melt down and vaporize. A few long, brief moments later, Zanali opened her eyes. Her ears rang with a strange buzzing sound. To her shock, everything around her turned into ashes. She slowly moved her head upwards to see Ghost and Victoria floating in the air. Zanali could barely see them through all the dark ashes in the air. "Father!" Victoria screamed. She noticed the lightning strikes had disappeared from the sky, and the atmosphere had returned to normal. Michael dashed forward into the forest with thousands of charcoal trees. Although Michael wasn't a natural guardian, he hated destroying nature. This world's beauty was its forests, lakes, mountains, and every piece of nature. However, it was a necessary sacrifice to stop Maxim Barnes from breaking through to the half-immortal stage. Of course, Michael could defeat Maxim Barnes even if he had reached the half-immortal stage, but Michael didn't want to complicate things. Why would Michael want to battle Maxim Barnes when he could cripple him with a single spell? Zanali wanted to rescue Victoria and let her escape. That's the least she could do for Victoria as a guardian. However, before she could move toward her, Ghost returned to Victoria. This time, he had a bleeding man in his hand. Ghost held him by his neck like he was handling a rabbit. "Father!" Victoria screamed. But Michael ignored her. "Where am I?" Maxim Barnes slowly opened his eyes. Blood slowly trickled down from the corners of his mouth. One moment he was near the cosmic stream, and the other, he felt excruciating pain from every corner of his body. "Little puppy forgot its kingdom," Michael snickered. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a healing potion from his space ring. He forcefully poured the healing potion into Maxim Barnes' mouth. Otherwise, Maxim wouldn't survive the pain Michael was about to inflict on him. After the healing potion entered his body, all the wounds and pain in his body disappeared. The light of life glimmered brighter than before in Maxim's eyes. Michael raised Maxim by his neck and stared at him from top to bottom. Although Maxim was Michael's nemesis, this was the first time he had seen Maxim with his own eyes. With striking red hair, a muscular build, and a stubble beard, Maxim was quite a handsome king. More than that, Maxim really did have a kingly aura around him. Even when his meridians were broken, Maxim had an imposing aura. However, a king's aura was nothing compared to a god's aura. "Victoria?" Maxim's eyes widened, seeing his daughter chained to a pillar. It took his mind a few moments to realize everything around him. Michael let King Maxim Barnes soak the beautiful sight of his kingdom. "This is your capital," said Michael. Tears gushed out of Victoria's eyes. She couldn't see her father so powerless and weak. Maxim Barnes tried to reach out to his daughter. Michael squeezed the back of Maxim's neck. Maxim Barnes' eyes were blood red with uncontrollable rage. He punched and kicked Michael furiously. How does it feel to be a cripple? Initially, Michael planned to let Maxim Barnes fight him with the unstable cosmic energy that would turn Maxim into a ticking nuclear warhead. Michael wanted to use Maxim to destroy the kingdom. However, he recently learned from Eladir that making Maxim explode would not only destroy Ithilin but also mess up the energies in the atmosphere. As a result, the entire world could be littered with natural disasters such as storms, tsunamis, and droughts, to name a few. Hence, Michael was forced to change his plan. He didn't feel right to sacrifice millions of people to destroy Thusia when he literally had many options. One of them was using Victoria to destroy the kingdom instead of Maxim Barnes. Since Victoria wasn't crippled by Ghost, he could force the cosmic energy to become unstable to the point she turns into a sticking nuclear bomb. But first, Michael needed to vent his anger on Maxim Barnes. Maxim Barnes' body shivered. His eyes were full of shock. He tried to conjure his energy, yet he simply couldn't. And one more thing, Michael grabbed Maxim's chin and turned his head to look him in the eyes. "I am Ghost." Chapter 748. Toying with the prey. A sliver of shock glistened in Maxim's eyes. Soon, his shock turned into absolute horror. He slowly realized what had happened to his kingdom while he was cultivating in seclusion. He hoped the Guardians and his men would keep Ghost away from him until he broke through to the half-immortal stage. In his shock, he didn't try to escape from Michael's hands. He felt too weak. "This is payback, bitch." Michael threw Maxim down. "Father!" Victoria screamed. Her father hit the ground with a small thud. "Save him!" Victoria shouted at Zanali. King Maxim Barnes coughed up blood several meters away from Zanali. However, her body refused to move an inch. The killing intent radiating from Ghost petrified both Zanali and Evan. Victoria was just an arrow. In Michael's mind, Maxim was the one who fired that arrow in his direction. So King Maxim Barnes deserved worse. He landed beside Maxim Barnes before kicking Maxim in the face. Blood splattered across the ash-covered floor. Michael lifted Maxim by his torn robes and repeatedly punched him in the face. Michael heard the crunching noise of bones breaking in his face. Victoria screamed and begged from the pillar, yet Michael ignored her completely. He was completely focused on destroying Maxim Barnes. "Come on. Fight back," said Michael. He grabbed Maxim's hands and crushed his palm. King Maxim screamed. Michael noticed Maxim's eyes closing. Quickly, Michael took out another healing potion and emptied it onto Maxim's mouth. "There you go. Healed up again." The wounds on Maxim's body closed up as the rosiness returned to his face. Michael grabbed Maxim by his neck and slammed him against a block of stone behind him. The rubble collapsed by force. Michael began to punch Maxim Barnes as though the king was a punching bag. Each of Michael's punches broke a bone in his body. Victoria's throat ached because of her screams and shouting. She saw her father getting beaten to death. Maxim Barnes managed to muster his strength and threw his fist at Michael. Again, instead of blocking the punch, Michael let Maxim's punch land on his face. He grabbed Maxim's hand and slapped himself like a crazy person. Michael's face reddened. Zanali and Evan felt a chill seeing Michael slapping himself with Maxim's hands. Suddenly, Michael stopped slapping. He squeezed Maxim's hands until Maxim began to scream in agony. Michael grabbed Maxim's throat before pulling his right arm toward himself. The skin on Maxim's arm stretched as much as it could. Michael's force slowly tore the skin as blood seeped through the skin. Maxim Barnes screamed. He began to bite Michael's hand to escape his clutch. However, Michael didn't even flinch. Zanali saw Michael twisting Maxim's hand slowly. She felt sick hearing the shoulder bone breaking. Michael suddenly pulled out his arm with enough force to separate the arm from the shoulder. Blood sprayed out of the joint as it should. The blood sprayed in all directions, including Michael's face. His face turned red, making him resemble a demon. Victoria and Maxim screamed. But no matter how hard they screamed or yelled, no one came to their rescue. Even Zanali was in a petrified state. Michael threatened them with an onslaught. "Save him, please." Victoria's screams kept ringing in Zanali's ears. Finally, Zanali couldn't see Ghost beat Maxim to death. She mustered her courage to face Ghost. He had already destroyed the kingdom. If Ghost wanted to kill Maxim Barnes and his family, he could do it without torturing them like an animal, no worse than an animal. Zanali didn't think an animal could be so brutal with its prey. Michael tore off Maxim's second hand. Evan felt a chill seeing Ghost hitting Maxim with his own bloody hand. All of his generals and ministers were either dead or stuck under the rubble. Unless the Guardian Guild comes with several immortals, Evan knew there was no stopping Ghost. He wondered where the heck did Edith go. Not that Evan believed Edith could stop Michael, but at least she would be stupid enough to try to stop him. "Stop!" Zanali raised her voice. Michael ignored her completely. Maxim Barnes coughed up blood. Michael slammed Maxim Barnes' head against the wall. Whenever the light of life began to fade away in Maxim's eyes, he forcefully emptied a healing potion down Maxim's throat. Zanali approached Michael. She grabbed his shoulder, trying to stop him. Michael shook his shoulder as Zanali fell backward. Evan saw Victoria screaming from above, helplessly while Maxim groaned in utter pain. He saw Zanali get back to her feet. Once again, she tried to stop Michael. This time, Michael stopped hitting Maxim Barnes. Instead, he grabbed Zanali by her neck and slammed her against a pillar next to Maxim Barnes. "Look, Snake. The only reason you're alive is Gaia doesn't want me to kill you. You already destroyed them. At least kill them. You tortured them enough," Zanali said. Michael tightened his grip around Zanali's throat. "Why the fuck are you even here?" Michael said, gritting his teeth. He clenched his fist. Before Zanali could finish her sentence, Michael punched her in the face. A single punch knocked out Zanali cold. Evan's subconscious mind forced him to dash forward. He thought Ghost had killed Zanali. When Evan saw Ghost suddenly turn his head in his direction, Evan's legs put a brake automatically. Michael kicked a football-sized stone on the ground. It soared through the air and hit Evan right in the face. The sheer force sent Evan flying back into the rubble. Michael threw Zanali's unconscious body aside. "Let my daughter go." Maxim Barnes managed to utter these words. Michael laughed out loud. Did you know I killed your precious wife? Maxim Barnes was stunned. His face was covered in too much blood to make out his expression. However, his eyes glistened with rage. The poor man could do nothing without his 2 arms. On the other hand, Victoria slowly lost her strength to scream out loud. Michael slowly walked toward Maxim. He stared at the king without lifting a finger. After a few moments, he grabbed Maxim by his neck and shot toward Victoria. When he arrived before her, he grabbed Victoria by her neck with his other arm. Michael pulled Victoria out of the bonds before flying toward the burnt forest. The explosion flattened the entire forest. Everything looked nothing but burnt. However, something was glimmering under all the burnt trees and ashes. The dark beams shot out from Michael's eyes, hitting the ground. As soon as the beams hit the ground, ripples appeared in the air. Soon, the scenery before Michael changed from a burnt forest to a small pond filled with glistening liquid. The pond was barely 7 feet wide and 5 feet thick. But it contained the most powerful energy source in this world, cosmic energy. No one knew how this pond of cosmic energy came into existence, not even Michael's sanctuary. The origin of cosmic energy was still a mystery to them. Our feud started because of this. So it must end here. Michael released the 2. They hit the ground, groaning in pain. Victoria immediately crawled toward her father. She embraced him tightly. Father, tears rolled out of her eyes. At that moment, she had no interest in the cosmic energy that she had killed and fought so many people for. In fact, she hated cosmic energy. Because of this, she lost everything. If her father hadn't found a secret note in a meteor that hit Thusia, he wouldn't have found out about cosmic energy. Everything began with that mysterious purple meteor. Michael won and successfully exacted revenge when she regretted everything she had done. But it wasn't enough for Michael. He collapsed to his knees and looked around the place. He could see the buildings made of wood, children running around, the elders feeding the little ones, and his friends playing with him. A painful smile appeared on his face. Protect the stream, Maxim Barnes coughed up blood. Seeing the glistening energy made Maxim lust for it. He was like a possessed person. He wanted the cosmic stream for himself, no matter the cost. This was the reason why the elders had never touched cosmic energy. Whoever uses it would lose everything. The cosmic stream was cursed. In a sense, the sanctuary didn't protect the cosmic stream from the world but the world from the cosmic stream. As a disciple in the sanctuary, Abraz knew this. Victoria shook her head after hearing her father's words. It's over, father. We lost. We lost everything. Even after all this, he still wants this, huh? Michael snickered. If you're going to kill us, kill us. Get it done, Victoria growled. I hope you'll rot in hell, Abraz. Michael didn't respond to Victoria. Azazel, gather all my subordinates and teleport to my location, said Michael. Yes, my lord. Michael heard Azazel in his head. Slowly, Michael stood up. He turned around to look at Victoria and Maxim in her arms. With a flick of his wrist, Michael took out a crimson-red dagger. He tossed it toward Victoria. You want this to end? Do it, said Michael. Victoria stared at the dagger on the ground without batting an eye. Her hands trembled as she reached for the dagger. No. Fight him. No. Maxim Barnes mumbled. He looked completely pale after all the blood loss. Since Michael hadn't given him a healing potion for a few minutes, his body started to lose vitality. Compared to being tortured to death by Ghost, killing her father and herself with her hands seemed the better option. Michael waited for Victoria to kill herself. The despair and helplessness in her eyes quenched the thirst for revenge. He didn't feel like torturing her anymore. Instead, he wanted to absorb the cosmic energy. Victoria finally grabbed the dagger. Even if she could fight back, she didn't want to because there was nothing to fight for. Her kingdom was gone, her mother died, and her father was on the verge of death. If she kept fighting, it would make only her people suffer more. At least with her dead, Ghost would let the Thusians live. She slowly moved the dagger toward Maxim's heart. She placed the dagger's end on her father's chest. Tears gushed out of her eyes like a flood breaking out of a dam. She was about to plunge the dagger into Maxim's heart when they heard a shout echo through the place. Stop! Chapter 749. Beginning of the end. Michael looked up to see countless ships on the horizon. He focused on the person who was leading the ships. It was none other than Edith herself. Michael wasn't surprised. On the contrary, he was expecting her. Something deep down always told Michael when Victoria was about to lose her life, Edith or someone would appear to stop the inevitable. One would expect Michael to panic, but he remained calm. The main reason for his calmness was he didn't have to hide his secret anymore. He welcomed them with open arms. He had a surprise stored in for the Guardians. Looking at the ships, Michael slowly floated above. The Guardians sent all their warships. Each ship was fitted with 60 to 70 cannons. All of them were enhanced with runes to kill even a fusion stage cultivator. This was the first time Michael had seen a glimpse of the guild's true power. With this much firepower, they could easily decimate a kingdom in a few hours. The closer Edith got to Michael, the clearer he saw the shock and anger in Edith's eyes. He was wondering where Edith went after rescuing the spirit child. In Michael's vengeful spree, he didn't even talk to Layla or take a moment to see his spirit child. To be honest, Michael wanted to have a few words with the child before he returned to the southern continent. Michael doubted he would be able to talk to the child after he revealed himself as the Dark Lord. "What have you done?" Edith stuttered. She couldn't believe her eyes. The entire city was reduced to ashes. Everywhere she looked, she saw nothing but ashes and fire. He kept his promise by burning Thusia to the ground. Instead of responding to her question, Michael flew back to Victoria and landed before the cosmic stream. Hundreds of Guardian soldiers armed to the teeth surrounded him in the air. Every single one of them was at the fusion stage. The Guardians weren't playing. They showed their true power for the first time in a long time. The whole world believed only a handful of fusion stage warriors existed in the world. However, the Guardians had an army of them. Michael even saw several half-immortals and immortals in the air. He sighed inside and looked a bit down. "Stand down, please," Edith pleaded to the Guardians. Michael couldn't see any of their faces because they were all armored from head to toe. The ships floated quite a distance from Sayahel, unlike the armored Guardians. It wouldn't be an understatement to say the sky was littered with an army. All of them were ordered to kill Ghost if what Edith said was true. Michael detected some commotion among the soldiers. They all sensed the pure and powerful energy radiation from the cosmic stream. If Michael was right, the elders in the ships were already trying to figure out the nature of this new energy. "Vicky," Edith dashed at Victoria. Her heart skipped a beat seeing Victoria all battered and wounded. Furthermore, her father almost looked like a new person. It took Edith a few moments to recognize him. She embraced Victoria tightly before saying or doing anything. Their reunion gave Michael the needed time to put his plans in motion. With seconds turned to minutes, Edith's sorrow turned into pure rage. Victoria broke into tears as she buried her head in Edith's chest and sobbed without a break. The tears and sound of Victoria's sobbing fueled Edith's rage. She had never wished someone to die in a most horrific way, but she wanted that judgment to fall upon Ghost. He destroyed an entire kingdom because of his vengeance. "You are the devil," Edith finally turned her gaze toward Michael. "My offer will expire in a few minutes, Victoria," said Michael. "I have an offer for you," Edith slowly said. Michael saw the naive girl speak with vengeful eyes for the first time. She looked like an entirely new person. He saw a glimpse of Layla in Edith for a few moments. Unlike many others, Michael didn't think of Edith as a stupid, naive girl. In his mind, it was just a facade. She was scheming enough to brand him as the Dark Lord to the Guardians. "Kill yourself, motherfucker," Edith screamed as a powerful shock wave brushed past Michael. The ships around Edith trembled. Furthermore, the stone walls of the broken castle exploded into pieces. Yet, Michael remained firmly on the ground. He didn't even move an inch. It could have blasted away any other person but not Michael. "Go away, Edith. He will kill you too. I've seen enough death." "Please, go away," Victoria begged Edith. Maxim Barnes couldn't move his lips. He almost lost consciousness. "I am here to save you, Vicky. Don't worry about me. The Guardians are here. I brought help. Today, I will take his life," Michael's laughter suddenly broke the silence. His devilish laughter echoed through the forest. This time, his laughter wasn't normal. It was thick, demonic, and otherworldly. The Guardian soldiers were stunned. A glimmer of surprise emerged in Edith's eyes. Michael sensed several powerful figures watching him from the shadows. These figures tried to be sneaky instead of drawing Michael's attention. The only surprise Michael received was the disappearance of Noah. He really wondered what the heck had happened to him. Honestly, Michael could not believe Noah didn't try to fight or stop him for once. For now, Michael paid no attention to Noah. He had bigger things to deal with. Victoria looked around to see hundreds of soldiers in the air. Finally, a small light of hope lit in her heart. Michael was delighted to see that one small ray of hope in her eyes. Snuffing this light would be the last nail in Victoria's coffin. Edith slowly raised her hand before snapping. Suddenly, the immortal killing spear he took from General Franklin appeared in Michael's hand. Michael noticed countless runes radiate a bright crimson-red glow on the spear. The spear pulsated strange energy. Soon, this energy surrounded Michael. A good plan indeed, Michael said to himself. He let the strange energy surround him completely. This energy felt familiar to Michael. It was the same energy radiation he felt from Hunter when he fought. Michael was surprised to see Edith mimic Hunter's energy signature, which the entire world believed to be the energy signature of the Dark Lord. Edith even managed to create a dark cloud around him to sell the idea that he was the Dark Lord to the Guardian Guild. Little did she know that Ghost was really the Dark Lord. Michael sensed the tension among the Guardian Guild soldiers. They all tightened their grips on their weapons. Michael felt the energy fluctuations around him go crazy. He could tell the Guardians were casting spells all around him. It would only be a matter of time before they go all out. "He is the Dark Lord," said Edith. Her voice echoed through the city. She wanted to see Ghost panic and be frightened by her words. She knew he had sensed the strange energy around him. However, contrary to her expectation, he remained calm. What surprised her more was the smile on his face. The smile caused uneasiness in Edith's heart. She saw no signs of panic or shock in his eyes. Instead, he just remained with a smirk. It was as though he somehow knew her plan all along. "You're going to pay for what you did here," Edith growled. "Thank you, Edith." To her shock, Michael thanked her. She frowned. Judging by the look on his face, Victoria's heart sank. "Thank you for giving one last ray of hope to Victoria." Michael slowly rose from the ground. The dark cloud created by Edith's runes slowly faded away. Instead, a darker and thicker cloud of darkness enveloped Michael. "Thank you for bringing all of these men to me." Michael's human voice changed. It sounded thicker, demonic, and frightening. Edith saw the place growing darker and darker. The light radiated by the warships from afar lost its glow. The sky rumbled as lightning flashed across the sky. When Edith saw his armor slowly transforming, her eyes went wide. Not only Edith, every single Guardian, including the Immortals, trembled before him. The Guardians were poised to attack Michael. They all received the order to take him down. But when they were just about to attack Michael, he flicked his wrist. The very next moment, a ghostly figure of a four-headed hydra appeared behind Michael. It stood almost 30 to 40 meters tall. Each pair of eyes glowed like a blood moon. Suddenly, the hydra roared. "Arg!" Edith and the Guardians screamed. They instinctively closed their seers. Some of the fusion stage Guardians fell from the sky like dead flies. The warships floating in the air trembled. They swayed left and right before slowly descending down. The runes on the ships and the Guardian armor lost their glow. The Guardians were completely off guard. They didn't even realize what had happened until the warships began crashing. No one could feel the energy within them. Simply put, Michael created an energy void around them. Michael had already struck a deal with the devil called Mugashiku, so he saw no drawback in asking for a small favor. With the system's help, he could contain the Hydra's scream into a special space ring and release it to mimic the effects of the southern continent. Although the effects would only last for 30 minutes, and Mugashiku wouldn't let him borrow his power again, One use was all Michael needed to leave the cultivation continents with a bang. The place once again lit up with all the explosions, and fire followed afterward. One by one, the warships and the Guardians fell down from the sky. The only downside of this plan was he wouldn't receive any experience points for killing them. But killing the Guardians was a reward itself. Michael watched the destruction with a smile. The mighty Guardians fell hard before him. "What's happening?" Edith stuttered. She lost the connection with the arch energy in the atmosphere. She felt weak and vulnerable. Azazel, Michael called his demon butler. Edith saw a group of people, all dressed in black, appearing behind Ghost. They all descended toward the ground, surrounding the cosmic stream except Michael. He watched over his subordinates. "Do not let a single drop of energy go to waste," Michael's voice echoed through the area. Despite the explosions and screams of the Guardians, his voice sounded loud and clear. His subordinates sat in a meditative position around the cosmic stream. Soon, a strange dark beam shot out from Michael and enveloped them all. Powerful ripples appeared in the calm cosmic stream. "You are really the Dark Lord," Edith muttered with utter disbelief. Chapter 750. Beginning of the End. 2. Michael completely transformed himself into the Dark Lord. Except for the face mask, he equipped every piece of armor. For the first time, he saw his real face in the Dark Lord armor. The Guardians continued to fall from the skies. Michael smiled, looking at the death and destruction of the Guardians. Some fell on the boulders and died instantly. Some broke their bones and groaned in pain. Those wearing metal armor from head to toe escaped death by falling down. The same could not be said for the mages who only wore robes. Tiberius stared at his surroundings with a bewildered look. He wondered where he was. This place had a strange aura to it. Besides, Tiberius had never seen such an impressive army collapsing within a few seconds. Thanks to the special device on his neck, he could feel a strong surge of energy in the atmosphere. He looked at the Dark Lord and the two girls on the ground. He could vaguely see the back of the Dark's head. Not every day could he see the Dark Lord without covering his face. Tiberius felt curious. Judging by the look of others, everyone shared the same feeling. "Everyone, please close your eyes," said Azazel. The subordinates followed Azazel's order. They quickly closed their eyes, although they wanted to see the Dark Lord in action. Gaia was one of them. As much as she wanted to kill the Guardians with her own hands, she was ordered to cultivate with the others, absorbing the cosmic energy. Even if Michael allowed her to participate in the battle, she would be in mortal danger. Because Michael used the system to reset all of his subordinates' cultivation levels. Simply put, they were all at the Arch Sensing Stage Level 1. To absorb the cosmic energy, they had to reset their cultivation. Otherwise, the sea cosmic energy would collide with the Arch and celestial energy in their body. If one absorbed the ComC energy without resetting their cultivation stage, they would explode into specks of energy. That was the reason Maxim Barnes and everyone who used cosmic energy went through the process of resetting their cultivation stage. Without the system, one would need powerful rituals to go back to the Arch Sensing stage. Thanks to the system, Michael achieved the same goal with just 300,000 badass points. As Azazel ordered, the subordinates closed their eyes. The silver hand-sized round plate on their chests glimmered. Each plate had a single crimson-red rune engraved onto it by Eladir. This special rune enabled the subordinates to absorb the cosmic energy at a rapid rate. "Feel the energy around you," said Azazel. "Focus only on my voice." The subordinates heard Azazel as they tried to cut out all the screaming, explosions, and thunder rumbling. "Now, slowly absorb the energy into your body. Feel the energy traveling into you and strengthening you," said Azazel. Since Azazel's cultivation directly depended on Michael, he didn't have to absorb the cosmic energy to level up. Instead, Azazel was ordered to guide the others in their cultivation process. Meanwhile, Michael picked up a red-haired man in silver armor from the ground. Although the man looked rather normal, he was a half-immortal. "What did you do?" The man growled. Michael floated toward Edith. "Let him go," said Edith. "This is your doing, Edith," Michael snickered. The very next moment, Hot blood splashed on Victoria and Edith's face. The blood made Edith close her eyes instinctively. When she opened her eyes, she saw a headless body hit the ground. Michael crushed the half-immortal's head with his bare hand. Michael did not receive any experience points since he made them powerless using the Hydra's shout. However, he did receive badass points. By killing the half-immortal, he received 20,000 badass points. Michael did not waste too much time, as time was of the essence. First, Michael targeted the strongest guardians. That way, even if the effects of the Hydra's shout wore off, he could fight off the rest. Michael wanted Edith and Victoria to see all the death and destruction. He even sensed a couple of recording stones lying around. If he had to guess, he would say the guardians brought the stones with them to record his capture and use them to clear their names. Only his capture could bring the Guardian out of the shitstorm Michael created by exposing their connection to the vampires. Although Michael could easily destroy these stones, Michael chose not to. He wanted the entire world to see what the Dark Lord was capable of. One could argue that using Hydra's shout and killing them wasn't exactly showing his true power. However, Michael always considered his brain as his biggest and most powerful weapon. His plan and intelligence made the Guardians lose their powers. He took the risk of negotiating with Mugashuku and containing its shout in a space ring. No one else could have brought one of the powerful battalions to its knees than Michael. This was his true power. Michel slowly raised his hands. He willed to cast the ultimate ignition. The sky rumbled as the clouds turned darker. Anyone could feel the tingling due to the high electric energy in the air. Soon, thunder rumbled as hundreds of lightning bolts struck down from the sky. The sky rained lightning bolts instead of water. The entire place lit up as each golden lightning bolt hit the ground, electrocuting a guardian. Despite the ominous crackling noise the bolts created, Edith was able to hear the screams. Not even a minute passed as the air smelled of blood and burnt skin. This was a massacre that Michael enjoyed. The Guardians played a big role in messing up his birth and life. Finally, Michael started to pay them back with interest. Every life he took made Michael happier. Finally, after a few minutes, the rain of lightning bolts stopped. The air still became electrified as Edith's hair stood straight up. Edith's mind went blank by all the death and destruction. No one could say she wasn't to blame for all this. The Guardians would have been alive if she hadn't brought the Guardians here. Once again, Edith paid a steep price for not listening to her sister Layla. She doomed more lives than she saved. She led a herd of sheep into the den of wolves. Michael played her right from the start. At some point, Michael really did hope that this girl would listen to Layla and go with her to the Rainbow Islands. Instead, she chose to stick with her best friend, which Michael admired about Edith. Right or wrong, Edith stood by her friend's side. But admiring her didn't mean Michael would let her do whatever she wanted. Michael wasn't satisfied by the burnt bodies around him. He wanted to eradicate the Guardians completely. Even after using the ultimate ignition, many escaped the spell's wrath. But before he cast another spell, Michael's gaze turned toward Maxim Barnes. Victoria hugged her father tight. The look in his eyes terrified her. Michael dashed forward using a lightning dash, grabbed Maxim Barnes, and flew back to the sky. Everything happened before Victoria could realize her father was gone. "Father!" Victoria shouted. She tried to get to her feet only to receive a bolt of lightning through her gut. Victoria dropped to the ground, holding her stomach. Her clothes slowly got soaked as blood poured out of her gut. She gritted her teeth to fight the pain. Seeing the wound on Victoria's stomach, Edith panicked. She couldn't even access her space ring to give Victoria a healing potion. "Victoria!" Edith screamed. Michael held Maxim by his head. He put a slight pressure on Maxim's forehead with his thumbs. The skull slowly cracked. Maxim hissed in pain. Michael applied more pressure as blood seeped through Maxim's forehead skin. Maxim's legs frantically quivered. She lost her ability to cast a spell or fly toward her father. Hence, Victoria could only scream. Michael kept applying pressure little by little as the skull slowly cracked. The crunching sound of Maxim's skull sounded like music to Michael's ears. Edith was absolutely horrified at the scene. She couldn't stop her body from shivering to see the blood ooze down from Maxim's head. Michael took his time. He slowly ripped Maxim in half. Blood and guts fell down. Edith jerked her head aside as she started to throw up. It was a horrible sight. Victoria, on the other hand, outright fainted on the ground. While Edith was puking her guts out, Michael turned his focus back to the Guardians. He dashed toward the ground, firing lightning bolt after another at the Guardians. Each bolt ended a life. Michael zigzagged around the field, leaving nothing but a death trail. The recording stones captured nothing but his afterimages. Michael was simply too fast. In a sense, these Guardians were truly lucky. Compared to Maxim, their deaths were quick and merciful. Meanwhile, the subordinates inhaled the air mixed with the cosmic energy. The rune on their neck glowed brighter and brighter. Each of them felt rejuvenated by the cosmic energy. The Guardians were not in a state to stop Michael's subordinates from cultivating. Azazel noticed everyone's energy radiation getting stronger by the second, especially Gaia's. She went from arch sensing stage level 1 to body refining stage level 7 in a few minutes. The other subordinates slowly became stronger but at much less speed compared to Gaia. Azazel saw the Guardians crawling on the field. He wanted to join the Dark Lord in slaughtering the Guardians. However, the Dark Queen's words resonated in his mind. She ordered him to keep his bloodlust in check. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and turned his gaze away from the Guardians. Michael used the Eyes of Doom and the Dark Flames at the same time to kill the Guardians. The dark beams zigzagged through the field, killing the Guardians in an instant while the dark flames evaporated the weaker Guardians to nothingness. Michael's heart ached to see the immortal cultivators. He would have earned millions or billions of experience points if he had killed them without the Hydra shout. For now, Michael could only sigh and take solace in eliminating potential threats. Chapter 751. Beginning of the End 3. The city was littered with wounded Guardians, bodies, and the wreckage of ships. Red, black, and brown were the new colors of what was once a spirited city, which had become the stage of a devastating war. The air, which would normally be vibrant with the sound of work, trade, and craftsmanship, was now glowing red with fire and thick with smoke, ash, and embers. Hell had descended upon this area. Several powerful figures in the world headed for Ithilien after hearing the news of the Dark Lord battling the Guardians in Thusian's capital. Almost all the prominent families and powerful people had spies within the Guardian Guild. So it wasn't very hard to get a whiff of this news. Michael noticed these strange figures on the horizon but completely ignored them. He knew they were here to spectate. It was fine with Michael. The more people watched the slaughter, the more badass points he would receive. Michael continued to slaughter the Guardians left and right. He almost felt exhausted after killing them. Hundreds of corpses littered the ground. Those who moved an inch received a bolt of lightning through their head. Michael spared no one. This was not a battle but a massacre. The people who saw the massacre from a distance felt shivers down their spines. Some immediately turned around and left the island. They did not take the risk of drawing the Dark Lord's attention to them. Still, many daredevils remained in the sky, watching the massacre. Among them were some news reports, including Nadia Hall. She wrote down everything she had seen in Ithilien. After killing every Guardian in his sight, Michael started to throw the bodies near the cosmic stream. The bodies formed a big pile. They wondered what the Dark Lord was doing. He walked toward the pile of bodies, taking deep breaths. Even a half-immortal like him would feel exhausted after all the killings. Michael leaped on top of the bodies and sat down as though the bodies were his throne. Edith looked terrified. Her face went completely pale. She held Victoria tight in her arms. Victoria didn't seem better either. The blood loss caused Victoria's face to become pale. On top of the bodies, lightning crackled around Michael's wrist. He pointed his finger at Victoria as a bolt of lightning shot toward her. The bolt of lightning woke Victoria up. "No, stop!" Edith begged Michael. She lost her composure and begged for mercy. However, Michael was not a merciful god. On the contrary, he was a vengeful one. He raised his hand as an invisible force pulled Victoria out of Edith's arms. The red dagger followed Victoria behind and landed in Michael's hand. Please, kill me if you want, but please let her go. I beg you. Please. Edith dropped to her knees and begged Michael. Michael looked over his shoulder to see his subordinates still cultivating. According to the system's calculation, it would take another 15 minutes to exhaust the cosmic energy in the stream. Michael heard the system's voice in his head. Over the years, Maxim Barnes and his men used a significant amount of cosmic energy. Luckily, the stream still had enough cosmic energy for all the subordinates to reach the soul refining stage. Since Gaia's cultivation speed was boosted by 40%, she would be able to reach the fusion stage level 7. With the cosmic energy coursing through their veins, all of his subordinates would be monstrously strong. Deep down, Michael couldn't wait to see what his subordinates could do in a real battle. Michael released Victoria as she fell down. Afterward, Michael turned his gaze toward the horizon. As expected, he found Nadia Hall among the spectators. Nadia, Michael's voice echoed through the sky. Everyone hovering in the air turned their gazes toward the young woman in brown robes and gray fur coat. She adjusted her glasses. There was a glimmer of fear and shock in her hazel eyes. Come here, Michael called Nadia Hall. I will give you an exclusive, said Michael. The word exclusive kindled a fire in Nadia's hull. As a journalist, she knew what an interview with the Dark Lord could do to the newspaper. The sales would go through the roof, and her higher-ups would offer her the promotions on a silver platter. Thinking about her future, she took a deep breath and slowly flew toward Michael. She vigilantly glanced at everything around her. The fumes, black smoke, and dust clouded her sight. Despite everything, she noticed hundreds of bodies. Judging by the armors, Nada could tell they were not a run-of-mill guardians. Finally, her vision cleared enough to take a good look at the Dark Lord. To her complete shock, she saw Ghost in the Dark Lord's armor. For a moment, she thought this was some kind of elaborate prank. Only recently, the Dark Lord attacked Ghost. So how could Ghost be in the Dark Lord's armor? Ghost! Nadia tilted her head. She saw Edith crying in the corner of her eyes. The bloody remains and guts of Maxim Barnes almost made Nadia throw out on the spot. Luckily, she had a high tolerance for brutality. Michael sat on top of the bodies, guarding his subordinates. Michael waved his hand as Nadia Hall floated above to match his height. At that moment, Nadia Hall clearly saw Ghost. There was no mistaking it. I am the Dark Lord, said Michael. Ghost was just a life I tried to live in peace. But the Guardians made sure that I turned into the Dark Lord before I was even born. Nadia Hall's hands trembled while writing his words on the parchment. What about the battle in the royal land? The people had seen the Dark Lord attack Ghost. You are asking the wrong question. The right question is, what will I do from now on? Said Michael. Nadia Hall felt goosebumps at the tone of his voice. What will you do, Dark Lord? Nadia asked the question. Rebuild this world, said Michael. His words sent a chill down Nadia's spine. Everyone who heard his words shivered. The Guardians and the Sky Hall needed a villain to fight so they could hide their rotten selves from the world. But they have chosen the wrong god to mess with. For a few moments, Nadia didn't utter a word. She carefully chose her next few words. Dark Lord, you said the Guardians made sure you turned into the Dark Lord before you were even born. What did you mean by that? Nadia Hall had a hatred toward the Guardians deep down. Hence, she wanted to dig more dirt about the Guardians in the process. The Guardians slaughtered millions of people with the Sky Hall's aid to prevent a god from being born into this world. Their goal was to rule the world themselves. They didn't give a damn about the people they slaughtered in the process. Ultimately, they failed, and I am here to avenge all those innocent lives. Make no mistake, I am not a merciful god. I am a vengeful one. If you are a guardian or someone connected to the Sky Hall, you have a death sentence on your head. If I were you, I'd quit. Are you openly waging war against two of the most powerful organizations in the world, Dark Lord? Asked Nadia Hall. They waged war against a god. So I will show them what will happen when you piss off a god. Nadia noticed her surroundings grow darker and darker. The sky rumbled as lightning streaks flashed across the sky. Can you tell us why you attacked Thugia first? Asked Nadia Hall. They deserved it, said Michael without going into details. Nadia looked over the Dark Lord's shoulder and noticed the glistening pond as well as the dark-robed figures cultivating around it. But she had more pressing questions centered around the Dark Lord. What's your next plan, Dark Lord? What will you tell the people who are afraid of you turning their land into a battlefield? My war is against the Guardians, the Sky Hull, and anyone who crosses my path. As long as the people stay away from them, they'd be fine and have nothing to worry about. If you want to know more, you can ask the Supreme Guardian Andreas himself, said Michael. Nadia Hall creased her brows. Supreme Guardian Andreas lived and died 3,000 years ago. How could she ask someone who isn't alive? He is very much alive, said Michael as though he had read Nadia's mind. He is with Noah Winston in his spectral form. He is manipulating Noah Winston to make him his successor so he can stay in power forever. This man is not a hero, as you all believe. He witnessed millions of people getting slaughtered without raising a finger. Ask yourself a question: if I am the villain for trying to make the world a better place by getting rid of actual evil that walks the world, what does it make a man who aided powerful people to commit genocide so he could be in power forever? Michael gave the people of this world someone new to hate. He wanted Noah to be occupied with scandals and controversies so he could become stronger and build his army in the southern continent without Noah getting in his way. Mitchie's words caused quite a commotion among the spectators. Andreas, the Supreme Guardian, was beloved and respected worldwide. He was a hero in people's minds. But the Dark Lord claimed otherwise. If he really was alive and in his spectral form, Nadia wondered why Andreas hadn't revealed himself to the world. Michael chose to talk to Nadia solely to reveal Noah's secret to the outside world. Unlike him, Noah had no chance of escaping to the southern continent, or he didn't think Andreas would allow him to. While Michael was building his army, Noah would try to protect Andreas and fix the Guardian Guild's image instead of getting stronger. That's what Michael wanted. Now, I'd suggest you leave the island and put some distance between you and Ithelin. Finally, Michael stood up. He raised his hand as Victoria floated into his arms once again. Edith screamed and tried to climb the pile of bodies. Victoria slowly opened her eyes. She was weak and exhausted. Kill me, Victoria mumbled. If there is a next life, do not try to seek revenge, said Michael. The crimson-red dagger flew into his hand as he finally plunged the dagger into her chest. Chapter 752, Rise of the Dark Lord, No. Edith screamed as loud as she could. Michael stabbed Victoria again. Victoria coughed up blood. Seeing the Dark Lord murdering the Princess of Thusia in cold blood, Nadia's body sweated. She took a few steps back in fear. To Nadia's shock, Victoria's body began to glow. She heard a strange whistling noise in the air. Meanwhile, the cosmic stream gradually lost its glow. Azazel saw the glowing energy being absorbed by the subordinates. Gaia had already reached the soul-refining stage. Experience points converted 20,000. Experience points converted 60,000. Experience points converted 50,000. The energy devourer absorbed the cosmic energy and converted it into experience points. Unlike the subordinates, Michael didn't have to sit around the pond and cultivate. The moment Michael appeared near the cosmic stream, he started to absorb cosmic energy. However, Michael ordered the system to slow down devouring the energy because his subordinates needed cosmic energy more than him. Otherwise, Michael would have emptied the stream all by himself. Unfortunately, his subordinates could not become stronger by killing people like him. Hence, absorbing energy sources was their only chance. After stabbing Victoria so many times, Michael threw her body down. She hit the ground with a thud. Edith dashed at Victoria. The light of life had already faded away from Victoria's eyes. Edith frantically shook Victoria by her shoulder. Tears flooded out of her eyes. Victoria! Edith screamed. Edith's eyes started to hurt due to the glow in Victoria's chest. Nadia did not linger around anymore. She flew away from the island because she felt something bad was about to happen. On the ground, Victoria's body vibrated. Edith cried. Her neatly combed hair became a mess, and her eyes had dark circles. Finally, Michael felt huge pressure was being left off him. He felt light. His soul and mind calmed down. After 2 years, Michael finally exacted revenge on Thusia and everyone who wronged him. When Michael looked at the bodies in the field, it didn't satisfy Michael. On the contrary, it worried him. He knew this was just the beginning. The path before him would be cruel, hard, and treacherous. From now on, every single great clan and the Sky Hall would use everything they got to kill him. At least Michael got powerful and loyal subordinates to have his back. He patiently waited for Victoria to transform into a nuclear warhead and for his subordinates to finish cultivating. He was slightly surprised to see the cosmic stream losing its glow. Maxim had used the stream for years, yet Michael finished it within an hour. Thanks to the system and Eladir, the subordinates were able to absorb the cosmic energy at a high-efficiency rate. Suddenly, the entire island started to quiver. This did not surprise Michael. The earthquake resulted from the cosmic energy in Victoria's body colliding with the arch and celestial energy in the atmosphere. This was similar to a chemical reaction. Azazel. Michael called Azazel for the status report. 3 minutes, my lord, said Azazel. What's happening? Edith mumbled. Victoria's body began to float toward the sky. No matter how hard Edith tried to keep her body down, she simply couldn't. Edith herself floated alongside Victoria for a moment before losing her grip on Victoria's hand. When Edith hit the ground, she could only scream for Victoria. Michael gave no shit about Edith. He promised Layla not to kill Edith with his own hands. But if she died in the explosion, that was not technically killing her by his hands. Michael seriously hoped she would die. He had a soft spot for Layla. Although at first Michael hated her for trying to kill him for what she did, later on, Layla realized her faults and warmed up to him. She even tried to kill the Dark Lord in R because she thought the Dark Lord attacked Ghost. He was aptly to blame for the disappearance of Layla's child. The last thing Michael wanted was to make Layla sadder by killing Edith. Layla would have enough to worry about after he leaves for the southern continent. He didn't know Noah had read the child's journal and learned the spirit child was his. Even if Michael knew this, he would not do anything because he knew Noah would not endanger a child. The whistling noise sounded louder and louder. Nadia and the others could hear the noise even from miles away. Eventually, all of Michael's subordinates opened their eyes. They no longer felt the strange energy in the air. When they opened their eyes, the glowing pond was nowhere to be found. Everyone felt unstoppable. Tiberius clenched his fist as if he had never felt this strong before. Sadie, on the other hand, was in complete shock. She reached the soul refining stage from the arch sensing stage within an hour. Moreover, this strange energy in her body made her feel stronger than ever. They were all at the soul refining stage level 7 except Gaia. She reached fusion stage level 8. With cosmic energy, her power exceeded her power before she reset her cultivation. Even a level 1 half immortal would have a difficult time defeating Gaia. Since Michael could provide her with an immortal killing weapon, she could become an absolute powerhouse. However, Michael had other plans to make her half immortal within the next few months. It was finally time for her to finish her metamorphosis. Vidora stayed hidden within Gaia's robes and did not show itself to the others. On the contrary, Nightmare had a proud grin on his face. He checked out his body, which gained a new glossiness to it. Hovering in the air, Michael waved his hand as a bright light enveloped all his subordinates. In a blink of an eye, they disappeared from the field. Only Michael remained on the island. This island will serve as a warning and an example of what will happen if someone goes against me. Michael's voice traveled across the continent. Everyone in the Azer continent heard his demonic voice at that moment. Many closed their ears because of how loud and thunderous his voice was. Eventually, Victoria's body glowed as bright as a mini sun. She lit up the entire island, and her glow could be seen from miles away. The light from her body blanketed the entire island in white except Michael. Michael was the dark spot in the area. Edith screamed as she closed her eyes. Boom! Michael snapped his finger before teleporting away from the island. The very next second, Victoria's body exploded with the force of a nuclear warhead. The bright light reached the point where it turned the sky white. But soon, the white turned orange. The island crumbled as violent waves moved chaotically in the ocean. Nadia and the others were startled and terrified to see the mushroom cloud reaching for the sky. They were thrown away by the shock wave for a mile. When they regained their balance, Ithilien disappeared from their sight. They vaguely saw crumbs of the island floating on the ocean for a moment before sinking down. The sound of the explosion resonated throughout the Azer continent. Even the nearby kingdom felt the explosion's wrath. Several cracks appeared on land deep enough for a man to disappear. Luckily for the nearby kingdoms, the explosion did not produce any radiation. Michael had no intention to harm others yet. Almost after 7 hours, the mushroom cloud and the smoke cleared up. The Guardians arrived at Ithilien with Mutrad on board. However, they saw no island on the sea. For a moment, they thought they had come to the wrong place. There was not a single clue to say an island existed there. He destroyed an entire island. Mutrad looked over his shoulder to see Zanali walking toward him. Before the explosion went off, Zanali used a teleportation scroll to teleport Evan and herself. She was really lucky to regain consciousness. Mutrad never expected the Dark Lord to cause such death and destruction. Considering Mutrad studied the Dark Lord's behavior, he thought the Dark Lord wouldn't hurt innocent people. But he was proven wrong when the Dark Lord slaughtered Thusian soldiers. Granted, Mutrad knew something happened between the Dark Lord and Thusia. Still, the Dark Lord's behavior caught Mutrad off guard. The only silver lining was he finally revealed himself. So all this time, it was Ghost, Mutrad frowned. Even he was fooled by Ghost when he interviewed him at the alchemy competition. And Gaia Ashton, sighed Zanali. P1E's VZT, N0V1B in. You and your kingdom will receive full protection of the Guardians and the Sea Folk. A whole lot of good it did to Thusia, Zanali snickered. Today, he showed the whole world how incompetent Guardians are. No, Mutrad shook his head. They aren't incompetent or weak. He's a sneaky bastard with full of surprises. Although Mutrad sounded calm and composed, he was afraid deep down. He heard the reports of how the Dark Lord slaughtered the Guardians, including immortals. He was nowhere near matching the Dark Lord in raw power. The only advantage Mutrad had over the Dark Lord was the 8 great clans. Ithilien's destruction was a good trump card when it came to negotiating to gather the 8 great clans against the Dark Lord. Of course, some of the clans might feel reluctant to go against the Dark Lord after his warning. Why are we here? Asked Zanali. After the day she had, she just wanted to head home. I don't know. Just needed to see it with my own eyes, said Mutrad. So the war between the Dark Lord and us has finally begun. Mutrad looked in the direction of the southern continent. Something told him the Dark Lord had gone beyond the void line. Open your eyes. We are losing this war, Zanali growled. She didn't think Mutrad should be the one who leads the fight against the Dark Lord. Instead, she wanted Noah. Unfortunately, she was still searching for Noah. Chapter 753. World has changed. 1 year had passed since the Dark Lord revealed himself who he truly was. Almost all the kingdoms in the world mourned the destruction of Thusia. They announced holidays in the name of Victoria Barnes, who fought the Dark Lord valiantly to the end and lost her life. The world called that day a black day. Everyone in the world lit candles and light sources for the entire day to fight off the darkness. The Elon continent mainly went through several changes. The Sunrise sect, which the Dark Lord studied, became the target of the Guardian Guild. However, the new Supreme Guardian concluded that the sect had done nothing wrong. Despite the reputation of the sect that the Dark Lord used to study, the Sunrise sect became one of the most powerful sects in the entire world. Many still suspected the sect leader to have connections with the Dark Lord, but no one had any proof. The Guardian Guild had dismantled the majestic alchemy chain founded by the Dark Lord along with Hades, the restaurant. The guild stopped all the revenue streams of the Dark Lord and marked him as the enemy of humankind. Anyone who aids or worships the Dark Lord would be put in the darkest dungeons in the Guardian Guild. The new Supreme Guardian used a diplomatic approach to ally with almost all the great 8 clans. Under his new leadership, the Guardian Guild slowly started to regain its former glory. Despite everything, many groups still worshipped the Dark Lord and hoped he would take over the world one day. When the sun reached the middle of the sky, several ships reached Pentown. The people rushed out of their homes to take a look at the ships casting shadows on the ground. One by one, the flying ships halted as people flew out from the ships. They all headed toward Winston Manor. A few minutes later, the empty hall inside the Winston Manor became crowded with people wearing various armor and robes. Majority of them had the symbol of the Guardian Guild on their chests. Alpha Guardians. Alicia and Norvin entered the room as the people quickly bowed their heads. Yes, Alicia was promoted to the Alpha Guardians of Hunter Guardians, while Norvin became the Alpha Guardian of the Beast Guardians. This was one of the many changes brought to the guild by the new Supreme Guardian. Unlike the previous Alpha Guardians, these two brought results. Hence, the stakeholders and financiers didn't raise a finger. Moreover, the new Supreme Guardian was working on creating new ways of revenue instead of depending on fat merchants. They were the main reason for the corruption in the guild. Over the past year, Norvin grew out of his tiny stature. Norvin walked beside Alicia wearing golden robes, transforming himself into his new humanoid form. His humanoid form was muscular, hairy, and had the puffy mouths of monkeys. Norvin had lost the childness on his face and looked mature. Alicia, on the other, looked as she always did, cold and distant. Everyone except the Hunter Guardians can stay outside. The Supreme Guardian will be with you shortly, said Alicia. The Guardians and the warriors from various factions left the hall, leaving a group of Guardians behind. Silence fell over the hall as they waited for the Supreme Guardian. A few moments later, Noah Winston, adorned in his new white knight armor, entered the hall. Noah radiated a much more powerful aura than he did a year ago. The noticeable thing about Noah was his hair. He cut his long raven black hair short and grew a stubble beard. Besides, he looked a bit tired and exhausted. The usual glossiness was missing on Noah's face due to the pressure and responsibilities of a Supreme Guardian. Leading one of the most powerful guilds took a mental and physical toll on him. Supreme Guardian, the group of Hunter Guardians knelt down to show their respect. Although Noah was weaker than them in terms of cultivation stages, his godly aura and leadership talents gained the Guardians' respect. Ultimately, Noah single-handedly pulled the Guardian Guild out of the hole the previous leader put the guild into. After the Dark Lord's interview with Nadia Hall, every organization put the Guardian Guild under the microscope. Many blamed the Guardian Guild for its incompetence and corruption. The revelation about Andreas being alive hit the world like a violent storm. It was always easier to put guilt on someone than prove them innocent. The Dark Lord's interview and the people's hatred toward the guild forced Noah to reveal the prophecy of the Dark Lord. That was the only way to calm the people down and focus on the real threat, the Dark Lord. But Noah himself hated the guild and Skyhall for massacring innocent people 3,000 years ago. No matter what Andreas said, Noah refused to accept that killing many people was justifiable. This put a dent in the relationship between the teacher and the student. No one except Noah could rebuild the guild and simultaneously focus on stopping the Dark Lord. It was hard, especially when he and his mentor Andreas had different ideologies and plans to deal with the Dark Lord. Noah acknowledged the team with a nod. He flicked his wrist as a stone table appeared in the center. He went to the table as the team gathered around it. Alicia spread open the southern continent's map and the surrounding regions. An X mark was on the farthest west side of the continent, with nothing but an endless ocean. This ocean was unmapped territory for the rest of the world. Due to the constant lightning storms, tornadoes, and tsunami waves, no one ventured into this ocean. Since it was inside the void line, even the cultivators refused to venture into this part of the map. The previous nameless ocean was now called the Dark Ocean by the world because that was where the Dark Lord currently resided. The Dark Ocean was the only place next to the Dark Forest where the sun didn't shine. It's always dark there. What did you learn? Asked Alicia. The group around her was the best of the best among the Hunter Guardians. Alicia sent them to learn about the Dark Lord's operations in the southern continent. The Dark Lord is building something on his floating mountain. He's been pouring resources and men into the construction. Judging by what we saw, I'd say he's building a castle for himself. How is he keeping the mountain afloat inside the void line? Asked Norvin. No idea. A hunter guardian shook his head. What else? Asked Alicia. According to the spies I placed in the southern continent, no one has seen him since Ithalon. If I have to guess, he'd be in the mountain. What are our chances if we are to attack the mountain now? Asked Norvin. Not great at all. The hunter guardian slowly shook his head. The mountain has 3 layers of defense as far as we have learned. The first and obvious one is located inside the void line. Second, the lightning storm around the mountain. Besides, the tsunami waves and tornadoes will make reaching the mountain impossible. Third, the dark figures flying around the mountain. They constantly guard the mountain. We cannot gauge their strengths, but if we have learned anything about the Dark Lord, he doesn't have weaklings under him. Alicia and Noah listened to the guardian in silence. Where does he get the materials to build his castle from? Can we place a guardian as a builder? Asked Norvin. The guardian sighed as he flicked his wrist. Soon, a skull appeared on the table. Already tried that, and this is what's left of the 5 men I sent to spy on the Dark Lord. So he knows about you? Asked Norvin. If I was him, I'd know the guardians will always try to hunt me down. It doesn't matter whether he knows about the spies or not, Alicia said. We need to know more about him to get ahead of him. He puts us in a corner because he always knows more than he should. Alicia banged the stone table and turned her cold gaze toward Noah. We should have killed him when we had the chance. Calm down, Alicia. We didn't know Ghost was the Dark Lord. Also, we don't kill people. There'd be no difference between him and us if we go down that path. If you think we can deal with the Dark Lord without killing people, you are not right in the head. He slaughtered our men and sunk an entire island to the bottom of the ocean. The families didn't even get to put a body into the ground. This will end in only one way, the death of the Dark Lord, Alicia coldly said to Norvin. They all turned their gazes toward Noah, who remained silent. Noah, Alicia said, you have something to say. P1E's visit N0V1B in. And Noah sighed. There is no use trying to reach his mountain. Putting a spy into the mountain is like sending them to their death. The Dark Lord will find out, said Noah. So what should we do? Asked Norvin. The best thing we can do now is target his underlings. We need to know more about his order. Turn your focus on his order. I am sure if you find a small rat, it'd lead you to its hole, Noah ordered the guardian. You can take whatever you need from the armory. I am working on an efficient way to communicate with you through the void line. If it's successful, we can talk in real time. After dismissing the guardians, Noah waved his hand as a throne appeared behind him. He collapsed down, sighing. He felt tired and exhausted. It had been weeks since he got a good night's sleep. Alicia came to him and helped him remove the armor pieces. You should take some rest, Noah. What if we go somewhere for a day or two? Asked Alicia. That does sound good, but I can't. I have too many things to deal with. You do know that the Supreme Guardian is allowed to take time off? You cannot be a no-show at Catherine's baby shower. Even Rowena is coming. Your entire family will be there. At least we can go there as a family. I am sorry, Alicia, said Noah. Alicia was surprised. Why? I am sorry I postponed our marriage. Noah's tone became soft. He took Alicia's arms and squeezed them gently. You don't have to be sorry, Noah. I know the pressure on you. We will get through this, I promise. Chapter 754, Scheming Against the Dark Lord in Royal Land. The evening sun cast long shadows on the kingdom. The slanting rays of the setting sun gave a warm orange tinge to the sky. The sky was ablaze with the fire of the setting sun. Bright city lights dazzled under the evening sky, adding an extra layer of charm to the capital. The pale crescent moon slowly rose in the sky like a silvery claw. The stars blanketed the sky, stretching to infinity. The occasional barking of faraway dogs and howling wolves broke the silence of the night. It was just another day for everyone in the Royal Land capital except for Lord Edmund Wright. He was excited to wipe out the Bradley family from the face of the world. After the Guardian Guild shut down the majestic alchemy chain and interrogated Lord Malin about his relationship with Ghost, many of the nobles used this as an excuse to cut ties with the Bradley family. Hence, the Bradley family lost most of their security contracts, which made the family slowly decline. Lord Edmund Wright led this surgical attack on the Bradley family from the front. He poached almost all the Bradley family's contracts. If that wasn't enough, Edmund wanted to take over the Bradley family compound and kill them all. Inside the Edmund family compound, Edmund Wright sat behind a long oak table. He stared at the mirror in front of him. A face with long red hair, hazel eyes, and an oval face stared back at him. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. He opened up a scroll before him with all the attack plans written on it. Roger, Edmund called his personal guard, a soul-refining stage warrior. A golden-haired knight armed to the teeth entered the room and knelt down. "My lord, are our men ready?" asked Edmund. "They are waiting for your orders, my lord," said Roger. Lord Edmund grinned from ear to ear. He felt invincible. The Wright family had always been the bottom feeders in Royal Land. Thanks to the Dark Lord and the Guardian Guild, he was able to use the Bradley family's hurdle to increase the Wright family's power. He received instructions and financial aid to take out the Bradley family from a secret group of wealthy merchants. Under Noah's leadership, the Guardian Guild stopped all the backdoor dealings and off-the-books operations. He also removed corrupted merchants who used to be the biggest donors of the guild. These merchants formed a cult-like group to fight the Dark Lord in their own twisted way. Lord Edmund was just their pawn. Although he knew he was a pawn, he didn't mind being a pawn as far as his family could benefit. Since Lord Edmund planned everything in complete secrecy, the Bradley family had no idea about the upcoming attack. At least, that's what Lord Edmund thought. "Let's begin then." Lord Edmund rose from his chair with a burst of laughter. "Bring the men here. I want to say some motivational words to them," said Lord Edmund. He always dreamt of leading an army in a war. Unfortunately, he hadn't gotten a chance to do so. He thought of himself as a great general. He spent day and night preparing a speech for his men. So he wanted to deliver his prepared speech before they departed. "As you wish, my lord." Roger bowed once again and left the room to bring the men here. Roger recruited adventurers as well as powerful mercenaries to aid them in the attack against the Bradley family, in addition to their own men. Lord Edmund took a few steps. He watched the city outside through his window. Looking at the sky darkening, he thought of the Dark Lord for some reason. Ever since the Dark Lord destroyed Ithilien, the darkness symbolized the Dark Lord. Although the people and the nobles went with their lives as usual, they all feared the Dark Lord deep down. Only a few, like Lord Edmund, dared to work against the people who helped Ghost in the dark. "Tomorrow," mumbled Lord Edmund. His ambition of being the leader of the most powerful family in the royal land was so close. He could taste his victory in the air. Because the Bradley family helped Ghost before his big reveal, no one would investigate their disappearance too much. Even if they did, it was the problem of the people who instructed and financially aided Edmund. Lord Edmund entered into a short dream where he sat atop all the nobles in the royal land. He was even getting a warm welcome into the castle from Queen Emar and King Kramer. His dream was abruptly interrupted by the flickering chandelier. Edmund creased his brows with annoyance. He turned around as the chandelier kept flickering. "My lord," Roger knocked on the door from outside. "Come in." Edmund adjusted his robes to give his speech. The chandelier stopped flickering for a moment as Roger entered the room with men wearing dark robes to cover their bodies completely. Suddenly, the chandelier went out and came back again. In that split second, Lord Edmund could swear he saw a girl in the corner. He shook his head to clear his mind. He looked around the room. "Is everything all right, my lord?" asked Roger. "Before you go, tell someone to fix this damn light," Edmund growled. Lord Edmund took a deep breath. He was about to start his speech when the chandelier went off again. Everything became dark. "Fucking fuck," Lord Edmund growled. He thought the light would return, but it didn't. Roger and his men had a bad feeling about the sudden darkness. Roger quickly flicked his wrist, conjuring a fireball in his hand. As soon as the flames appeared above Roger's hand, Edmund's eyes went wide. His heart skipped a beat as he saw someone standing behind Roger. "Roger!" Edmund shouted to warn Roger. However, it was too late. The dark figure standing behind Roger plunged a dagger right into his throat. The others were startled by the splash of blood gushing out of Roger's neck. Edmund panicked as dark figures appeared one by one behind his men. They cut their throats before they could even react. The men groaned, clutching their throats. When they hit the ground, the air reeked of blood. The fireball above Roger's hands slowly faded away, letting the darkness envelop the room once again. Edmund wanted to shout for his men, yet no words came out of his mouth. He was too stunned. When he managed to find his voice, he felt something cold against his throat. "Shout, and I'll cut open your throat," Edmund heard a chilling voice of a girl. His whole body trembled. The girl behind him forced him to sit back on his chair. Edmund heard the curtains closing. The blade was still against his throat. He still couldn't believe the strongest man he had was slaughtered in front of him in a blink of an eye. Silence fell over the room. A few moments later, Edmund heard a chair creaking. He could tell someone had sat before him. The next moment, he heard a snapping as the chandelier returned to life, bringing light to the room. When the light came back, Edmund saw a young man wearing exquisite black armor with a skull engraving on the chest sitting before him. The dark-robed figures stood around the room, covering their faces with dark hoods. These figures wore different black armor with the same skull engraving on their chests. The young man had shoulder-length black hair, a stubble beard, and a small cut on his left cheek. He signaled the girl behind Edmund to move the dagger away from his throat. "Who are you?" Edmund stuttered. He knew who these people might be judging by their armor, yet Edmund's mind refused to believe it. He desperately wanted them to be someone else. "Congratulations, Edmund. You successfully drew the Dark Lord's attention," said the young man. Edmund's heart almost jumped out of his chest when he heard the name of the Dark Lord. "No, no, no, no." Edmund's eyes watered. He mumbled repeatedly, "Please forgive me." Edmund banged his head against the table to apologize. The entire world knew the result of going against the Dark Lord. A year ago, he destroyed an entire kingdom and slaughtered hundreds of guardians, including immortals. The world hadn't forgotten that day. Hence, the people called it the Black Day. The moment Edmund decided to go against the Bradley family, he enforced several powerful runes, arrays, and defense mechanisms around his manor. He even spent hundreds of thousands of gold coins to recruit powerful guards to guard the compound. Yet, the Dark Lord's men reached his room without raising a single alarm or tripping an array. "Did you know the Bradley family helped the Dark Lord and were his allies?" asked the young man. This young man was none other than Ricky. Despite Michael's real identity, Daniel and Ricky followed him to the southern continent without a second thought. They did not give a damn about what the world said about the Dark Lord. Instead, they remained loyal as ever to Michael. Ricky and Daniel moved their families to Giselle without anyone knowing with Gaia's help. Ever since then, they've been helping the Dark Lord as they always did. Unfortunately, Ricky's choice to follow Michael costs him his love. The current Ricky was more ruthless, powerful, and loyal to the Dark Lord than the Ricky who served as the gate guard in the river town. His loyalty earned Ricky a spot in the Dark Lord's close circle. Soon, Ricky would be officially initiated into the order along with Daniel. Hearing Ricky's question, Edmund remained silent. He shivered, trying to find words. "So what made you go against the Dark Lord's allies? Did you wake up one day and say to yourself, 'Damn, I really hate this life, so I should end my pathetic life?'" asked Ricky. Please don't kill me. They forced me to do this. P1E's visit N0V1B in." "Who? The Silver Order?" asked Ricky. According to Arya and Sadie, a group of people who call themselves the Silver Order have been working against the Dark Lord in the Elon continent. It was Arya who tipped Ricky about Edmund's connection with the Order as soon as Edmund started to steal the Bradley family's clients. Poor Edmund did not know that the Bradley family's head Lord Malin had sworn his allegiance to the Dark Lord and joined the Order of Death. To the outside world, the Bradley family was slowly declining, but in reality, Lord Malin had been helping the Dark Lord in secret using his family's resources. Yes, Edmund did not know they were called the Silver Order, yet he bobbed his head up and down to save his own life. "Now, how should we deal with you?" Ricky slowly unsheathed a black dagger. Chapter 755. Result of scheming against the Dark Lord. Ricky slid the dagger toward Edmund. "You have two choices. You can take the dagger and kill yourself. If you do that, we will leave your family alone. Your brother will take over the family. He is not as stupid as you. Your family will continue to live and even prosper under his leadership. Your family will mourn your death every year, and you'll go as the greatest leader of the Wright family, said Ricky. Edmund shivered, yet no words came out of his mouth. Each black-robed figure had a murderous glimmer in their eyes under the cloak. Or, you can take the dagger and try to fight for your life. In that case, we will kill you and slaughter the strongest in your family. Your family and women will be vulnerable. Your allies will turn into rivals. They will come to pick the flesh off the bones. Your women will be ravished and sold to the slave traders. Your kids will be orphans and forced to beg for a scrap of food. You will go down in history as the last leader of the Wright family, Ricky slowly said. You have 5 seconds to make your choice. Ricky leaned back on his chair. Edmund stared back and forth between the dagger and Ricky. 1, 2, Ricky began counting. Edmund slowly picked up the dagger. He had to make a choice for the sake of his family. At that moment, Edmund regretted everything. If he could travel back in time, he would slap the hell out of the person who roped him into going against the Bradley family. There was no fighting against the young man and the dark-robed figures around him. He was at the core formation stage, while each black-robed figure was at the soul refining stage. Any one of them could kill him without breaking a sweat. This group could indeed slaughter all the strongest men in his family. Judging by the young man's look, Edmund could tell he wasn't kidding. 3, 4, Edmund placed the dagger against his throat. Tears rolled out of his eyes. He didn't beg for mercy as he wanted to die with the dignity of a leader. Before Ricky could count to 5, Edmund slashed his own throat. Blood splashed across the table. Edmund's body quivered violently for a few moments before finally coming to a halt. Edmund fell on his table with blood oozing out of his throat. Ricky took a dark cloth from his pockets, wiping off the drops of blood from his face. Good choice, said Ricky. He then looked over his shoulder at one of the black-robed figures. Bring him in, said Ricky. The black-robed figure exited the room and returned to the room with a red-haired man who shared some features with Edmund. He was none other than Edmund's younger brother, Norden. He didn't react like he saw his brother's body just now. On the contrary, Norden watched everything that had transpired, from Ricky's arrival to Edmund's suicide. Ricky walked back to Normand, forcing him to sit on the chair he was sitting on a few moments ago. Ricky grabbed Norden's hair and made him watch Edmund's dead body. You know your brother is lucky. We gave him a choice. But you... Ricky patted Norden's head a couple of times. You are not so much. If you fuck this up, we won't give you a choice but make everything that your brother didn't want happen. Norden's face lost its color. He shivered. And also, you serve the Dark Lord from now on. You want to serve the Dark Lord, right? Asked Ricky. He slowly ran his finger across Norden's neck, pretending to cut his throat open. In utter fear, Norden bobbed his head up and down. His life was more important compared to the Guardian Guild's rule. Yes, I will serve the Dark Lord with every fiber in my body, Norden said. Good answer, Ricky patted Norden on the shoulder. I expect this amount of gold every month. Ruiki took out a scroll and handed it over to Norden. One of my men will come and pick it up. Ricky made his way toward the door, leaving Norden behind. And, Norden, before opening the door, Ricky looked over his shoulder at Norden. We'll be watching you. So no funny business with the Guardian Guild, Ricky said and left the room. After leaving the Wright family compound, Ricky flew straight to Aragoth. He dismissed Arius' assassins as he wanted to be alone. Aragoth was located amidst the captivating mountain chain. Lush forests, misty cliffs, and majestic waterfalls were just a glimmer of beauty that Aragoth had to offer. Under the sparkling blue moon in the dark sky, Aragoth Academy buzzed with life. Ricky landed on a tall mountain cliff from where he could watch a 3-story building. The building's top floor was roofless. When Ricky landed on the mountain cliff, several runes glowed for a few moments before dating away on the ground. Elidar's runes deactivated the defense runes so no one would be alerted of Ricky's presence. After Michael announced himself as the Dark Lord, almost every sect, academy, noble family, and organization enhanced their defenses with the help of the Guardian Guild. It forced Eladir to form his own group of runemasters to actively work on deactivating these runes. Even though Eladir was a 6-star runemaster, it was difficult for him to face dozens of 6-star runemasters of the Great 8 clans. Under the moonlight, Ricky saw Olivia meditating on the 3rd floor. His heart ached to see his love of life alone. He was so close to marrying her when he had to choose between Olivia and the Dark Lord. As much as he loved Olivia, he knew that he was nothing without Ghost. Ricky's loyalty outweighed his love for Olivia. Ricky sat on the mountain cliff, looking at Olivia from a safe distance. Olivia opened her eyes as though she had sensed someone watching her. She looked left and right, but Ricky was far away from her eyes could see. Plus, Ricky blended perfectly with the darkness thanks to his dark armor. "Come with me, Olivia." "To where?" "Ricky, please listen to me. If you go with him, they will hunt you down for the rest of your life. He will take care of us, Olivia, just as he always does. He deceived us, Ricky. Don't you see that? Stay with me, Ricky. We are supposed to stay together. We will. Just come with me to the southern continent. The portal is about to open, please. Loyalty or love? You can't have both, Ricky. Don't make me choose, Olivia." The memories of Ricky's last conversation with Olivia flashed across his mind. He remembered everything vividly. Even if Ricky was sent back in time, he would make the same choice. Some days, he got mad at Olivia for making him choose between her and the Dark Lord. She was Ghost's disciple for a year. Ricky wondered what made Olivia believe what the Guardians were saying about the Dark Lord. If it wasn't for Ghost, she wouldn't have reached the 5-star alchemist level. Her fame, talents, skills, and everything came from Ghost, yet Olivia threw everything away without a second thought. Despite everything, Ricky still loved Olivia. Seeing her, his anger toward her faded away. He couldn't help but remember the good memories he had with her. It put a smile on Ricky's face. He had seen countless beauties in the southern continent and the army of the Dark Lord, yet no one replaced Olivia's place in Ricky's heart. His whole family nagged him to marry someone else, but Ricky outright refused to even think about another girl. Ricky's deep love for Olivia and sadness in his heart put a knot in his cultivation path. Otherwise, he would have hit the fusion stage like most of the Dark Lord's subordinates. Ricky watched Olivia talking to a few nobles. After the Guardians shut down the majestic chains, they tried to recruit Olivia to produce potions and pills for them. However, Olivia refused to play any role in the war between the Dark Lord and the Guardian Guild. Even if she joined the Guardians, Ricky didn't think the Dark Lord would mind. He was at a point where he didn't need a potion or pill. A hall filled with arrays and contraptions refined pills and potions for the Dark Lord's army instead of alchemists. Olivia was about to leave the building when she turned around. She still had the feeling that someone was watching her. Seeing Oliva's reluctance to leave the building, Ricky stood up. He knew it was time for him to leave. He would be in trouble with the Dark Queen if someone found him. He took a deep breath, standing up. "Goodbye, Olivia." Ricky had a smile filled with pain and grief. He slowly ascended to the sky before disappearing into the clouds. After leaving the mountain, Ricky headed for the secret portal connecting Elon continent to the southern continent. Only those who were close to the Dark Lord knew the existence of these portals. These portals were the reason why Ricky and the Dark Lord's people could travel between the Dark Ocean and other continents without alerting the Guardians. While Ricky was flying toward the forest near the river town, he heard Daniel's voice in his head. "Where are you? Are you all right?" asked Daniel. "Yeah. I am on my way to the portal." "Something happened?" asked Ricky. "Damn it, Ricky. Did you forget? The Dark Lord will return to the castle soon. We need to finish things up here." "Shit, I almost forgot." Ricky smacked himself on the head. "Are you at Aragoth again?" Ricky was startled by Daniel's sudden question. "No," Ricky refused. "You know Azazel can see you wherever you are, right?" Ricky did not respond as he knew Daniel was right. "Don't get into trouble, Ricky. Come here as fast as you can," said Daniel. Ricky hastened his pace. It had been a year since they saw the Dark Lord. According to Azazel, he would return to the castle soon. Therefore, the entire castle and all of the subordinates were under pressure to meet the Dark Lord after such a long time. Chapter 756, Return of the Queen. While Ricky was heading for the dark ocean, two giant trolls were rampaging through an empty, barren land. One could see nothing but barren land except the two trolls. One troll was icy blue that stood 12 feet tall, while the second was red and stood at least 15 feet tall. These trolls sported a set of large tusks on the edge of their faces. Each troll had a big and heavy stone totem engraved with a rune that granted it a specific elemental power. The blue one, for example, had a totem that granted it ice elemental power. In stark contrast, the red troll's totem granted it elemental firepower. Despite their elemental differences, the trolls had a common enemy and glazing anger within their eyes. The ground contained several crates due to the trolls hitting the ground with their heavy totems. Of course, they missed their targets. Otherwise, the trolls wouldn't be roaring and swinging their totems left and right. With their gigantic bodies and half-immortal stage cultivation, these trolls could reduce any kingdom in Elon to the ground. Fortunately, these trolls were trapped within a pocket dimension. Is that all you got, you fucking ugly pieces of shit? At that moment, an annoyed voice echoed through the barren land. The trolls roared in anger as though they had understood the meaning of those words. A young woman clad in shiny black armor with a skull engraved on the chest descended to the ground. Her armor glistened under the starry sky. One could see runes radiating a dim light on her armor. A dark skull mask covered her face, but a few strands of raven black hair escaped the mask and flowed down on her shoulder. A long black scythe dangled on her back while she held a crimson-red spear in her hand. Her long black coat covering the shiny armor fluttered in the wind. The trolls roared, looking at the young woman. They banged the ground with their totems to vent their anger. The girl slowly removed the skull masking, revealing her angelic face. She was none other than Gaia herself without wearing the mask of Elia. It had been a year since she wore that mask. For the last 11 months, she had been going in and out of this pocket dimension, searching for the Dark Lord's armor piece. She hoped she was getting close to the armor piece. She cursed the past Dark Lord for filling this dimension with all kinds of weird yet powerful enemies. Without the teleportation scrolls proved to her by the Dark Lord, she couldn't have reached this point. Gaia closed her eyes for a moment as the golden spear turned jade. The spear let out a sizzling noise, reacting with her poison. Gaia threw the poison-covered spear at the blue troll. The spear soared through the air. The troll swung the totem in its hand to deflect the spear, yet it was too slow. The spear hit the troll in the chest. "Jish!" The troll roared. Meanwhile, the red troll opened its mouth, breathing fire like a dragon. Gaia simply raised her hand, summoning a jade shield around her. The fire brushed past the shield. She slowly walked toward the fire-breathing troll. The blue troll was too focused on pulling out the spear stuck into its chest. "Arg!" The fire troll roared. It raised the totem high in the air to bring it straight down upon Gaia. When the totem was just a few inches away from her head, she dashed at the troll at lightning-quick speed. The troll did not expect her to disappear suddenly. She leaped into the air. In mid-air, she took the scythe from her back and plunged the pointy end into the troll's neck. The troll roared as boiling hot blood splashed out of its neck. She dropped down from the troll's neck, holding the scythe tight. As a result, she cut the troll from its neck to its gut. The fire troll went berserk in pain and anger. It violently swung the totem in all directions. It kept banging the totem against the ground, sending shock wave after shock wave. Several deep cracks appeared in the ground. Gaia leaped behind to put some distance between her and the troll. Meanwhile, the blue troll finally pulled out the spear. The troll possessed enough intelligence to try to bend the spear. Gaia quickly raised her hand as a rune on the spear. The troll's eyes went wide as the spear flew out of its hands. Gaia jumped onto the spear and used it as a hoverboard to reach the blue troll. Both the trolls retaliated by breathing ice and fire at Gaia. The stream of ice and fire produced a vapor hot enough to melt iron blocks. Gaia leaped higher in the air, escaping the hot steam. When she was right above the trolls' heads, she waved her hands as a cloud of thick green mist covered the trolls. The trolls breathed in the poisonous air. Soon, they began to cough, which sounded like explosions. The trolls couldn't breathe. They coughed to the point their movements became wobbly. But to Gaia's shock, the fire-breathing troll stomped the ground with enough force to create sparks. The sparks met with the poisonous cloud, resulting in an explosion. At that exact moment, the blue troll breathed cold ice, creating a shield around the red troll and itself. I hate when they use their heads, Gaia rolled her eyes. After the explosion, the green mist vanished into thin air. Gaia landed almost 10 meters away from the two trolls. The two trolls rubbed the ground with their feet, threatening to dash at Gaia. She cracked her neck. The next moment, she tossed the spear and the scythe to the ground. The trolls were slightly surprised. After throwing away her weapons, she rolled up her sleeves. Up to this moment, she was going easy on the trolls. But that was about to change. Looking at the trolls, she decided to use her new spells. A silvery light enveloped Gaia's wrists. Gaia dashed at the trolls, breaking the sound barrier itself. Her speed created a shock wave that formed a clear circle around where she was standing. The troll was taken aback by her speed. Compared to the trolls, her small stature made her more agile than the trolls. She leaped into the air as targeting the red troll. Both the trolls swung their totems left and right, but Gaia swayed her body to the side, easily avoiding the totems. She raised both her hands toward the red troll as a silvery energy beam shot out of her hand. A bright light flashed across the barren lands, making the trolls go blind temporarily. The beam went straight through the totem and penetrated the troll's chest. The troll groaned, collapsing down. Gaia somersaulted in midair before landing on the troll's shoulder. The troll quickly reacted by trying to swat her like an insect. However, Gaia moved easily behind its neck. She then placed her hands on the troll's ear, firing another blast of energy beam. The troll's roar echoed through the barren lands. Anyone could tell how much pain the troll was in by its roar. Gaia did not show any mercy. She fired another energy beam, but this time, she aimed at the blue troll through the hole in the red troll's head. The beam hit the blue troll before it could hit Gaia with the totem. Instead, the energy beam hit the blue troll's totem. As a result, it lost the totem as well as its balance. Gaia quickly reached out for the scythe as it flew straight back into her hands. She swung the scythe with enough force to cleave the troll's head right off its shoulder. Hot blood splashed across the ground and on her face. The troll's body twitched uncontrollably. Seeing the troll's death, the other roared with fury. Its eyes lit up with icy blue energy. Its power shot through the roof. Within a few seconds, the troll went from half-immortal stage level 2 to level 5, which meant the troll had become 3 levels stronger than Gaia. The troll's sudden power-up did not surprise Gaia. She was prepared to face it. She was about to fight the blue troll when an ethereal cobra made of crimson-red energy descended from the sky. The troll was completely off guard. The snake was several times bigger and more powerful than the troll. To Gaia's shock, the snake coiled around the troll, making the troll roar in agony. The snake slowly squeezed the troll as it started to puke blood. Blood and guts gushed out of its body. Little by little, the troll lost its life to a gruesome death. Finally, the light of life faded away from its eyes. When the snake faded away from existence, the troll turned into a bloody mashed pulp. The air reeked of its blood and guts. Gaia rolled her eyes. She swung the scythe to remove the blood on its blade. "I had that under control," Gaia raised her voice. For a few moments, she heard nothing. Silence fell over them until a gentle yet dominant voice answered Gaia. "You were taking too much time," said the voice. Gaia slowly turned around to see a woman resembling Gaia and wearing the same armor as her descending from the sky. "No, I wasn't, Mother," Gaia said with an annoyed smile. Still, Gaia didn't forget to greet Adelia with a big bear hug. Just like Ashton Kane said, Adelia revealed herself right after Michael revealed himself to the outside world. Gaia met Adelia when Michael moved the floating mountain to the southern continent. Since Michael had a cure for vampirism, he cured her without breaking a sweat with the system's help. However, no matter how many times Gaia asked, Adelia never told Gaia about her real father. To everyone's surprise, Adelia was already a half-immortal on the verge of entering the immortal stage when they met her. Ever since she joined the Dark Lord's army, Adelia had been helping the Dark Lord find the god-killing arrows. A year later, Adelia found one with the help of the Dark Lord himself. Chapter 757. City of Mvarian. Gondolin's capital Mvarian was the richest city in the entire world. This was where the Empress of Ar Nithrol Grimfield resided. The city brought shame to the starry sky with its lit-up streets, houses with golden chandeliers, and various lights. From a distance, the city looked like a gem mine filled with various colors of glistening stones. The city reeked of richness. Skyscrapers littered the skyline. The golden wheat field blanketed the land outside the city walls like a golden blanket. Farmer villagers were built within the wheat fields, and these villages made some cities in Elon look like villages. Stress connecting each village and avenues inside the city walls were paved with glistening white stones, giving the pavement a look of a diamond. The city was extremely clean. One would fail to see a single piece of trash on the street. Even the alleyways between two buildings had glowing street lights to prevent unwanted crimes. Anyone who hadn't visited Mvarian would immediately feel like they stepped onto a fairyland because of its surroundings. The north, west, east, and south had a snowy mountain, a lake surrounded by lush forest, waterfalls, and flower fields, respectively. Elves had the majority in Mvarian, but that didn't mean the city had fewer other races of people. On the contrary, the entire Gondolin thrived because of its multi-ethnicity culture, especially in Mvarian, where one could see almost every race walking down the streets peacefully. Even the dark elves and the elves lived in harmony in Gondolin, thanks to the Empress' firm yet fair rule. The city was littered with architectural marvels. There was a grand structural marvel every 2 avenues. For instance, the Empress built a lotus-shaped building that stood 200 meters tall just for the farmers to sell their produce without needing a middleman. This building would open 2 times a month for the farmers. The Empress charged no tax whatsoever for the farmers who sold their produce in the farmers' market. Another example of an architectural marvel was a building built in the shape of a longsword. This building was one of the tallest buildings in the entire world. The building was 300 meters tall from the hilt to the pointy end. But all these buildings were nowhere close to the majestic castle at the city's edge. The castle was built overlooking the entire city atop a man-made hill. Countless broad, round towers dwarfed everything below them. Walls made of slightly glistening white stones, and these walls connected every tower. These walls contained neatly scattered windows and holes for archers and artillery. Even the tallest buildings in the city looked tiny in front of the castle. Granted, there were a few grand big castles in Ar, but this castle would still be bigger and grander than all of them combined. The castle contained several portals to travel from one place to another in the castle because it was too damn big. Without a magically enhanced map and a special rune, a newcomer to the castle would surely lose their way. On top of its majestic architecture, no one had besieged the castle since it was built almost 5,000 years ago. More accurately, no one had tried and lived to tell tales. Every day people would just line up to meet the Empress. Despite her busy schedule, the Empress allocated 3 hours to meet her subjects to hear their hardships if they had any. She was the most beloved Empress of all time. People just adored and worshipped her as a goddess. Unfortunately, the people had to wait for a few days as the Empress left the kingdom to meet with the Supreme Guardian in a secret location. Because of her visit, she missed the annual alchemy competition that's happening in the capital. The last alchemy competition ended up with no winner. Instead, they were attacked by the vampires. It was a black day in the alchemy world. Almost half the alchemists were wiped out by the vampires that day. Only a few survived, thanks to Noah Winston, the current Supreme Guardian. After Ghost revealed himself as the Dark Lord, many theorized that he orchestrated the attack on the alchemist competition from the beginning. The world turned everything Ghost did into an evil, messed-up story. The worst thing was that the world believed everything because the Guardian Guild before Noah took over ensured the people believed everything. However, Noah put a full stop to false stories. The alchemy competition was held in a building made of jade glass. The building resembled a lotus. Each petal had shops, homes for the rich, and halls. Since the alchemy competition attracted thousands of people, the committee decided to hold the event in the center where even 100,000 people could comfortably sit and enjoy the event. Today was the second day of the competition. The rules and format of the competition did not change, but the judges did. Last time, they invited Ghost, Adevan, Gabriel, and Hendrix Gardner as the judges. Obviously, they couldn't invite Ghost this time. So in his stead, they invited the current youngest 5-star alchemist in Elon Continent, Olivia Palmer. Hendrix Gardner and Aishan accompanied Olivia Palmer on the stage. Hundreds of fledgling alchemists occupied the stage below them. Since they weren't as experienced as the alchemist who died last year, the competition committee decided to give relatively easier formulas. The front-runners of the competition were Leylon Icarus, Gabriel's disciple, Jennifer Voldegard, and Elmer Genrick, an elf from the prestigious Genrick family in Gondolin. After a year of rigorous practice, Leylon and Jennifer had almost reached the 4-star level. Everyone in the arena was focused on Jennifer and Leylon. Although Elmer performed well enough to reach 3rd place, his technique and purity level did not earn him people's confidence. The elves cheered for Elmer since he was their kind, but they did not have any hopes for him to win the competition. This time, I'll honor my teacher by winning this competition, said Leylon, standing on the field next to Jennifer. Last time, the competition was rigged. I was robbed of my 1st place, Leylon complained. The hall had an array to prevent the cheers and outside noise from the spectators from reaching the competitors. However, if the crowd was silent, they could hear any sound from the field. Unfortunately, they were still buzzing as they failed to hear Leylon's words. Jennifer tried to remain calm. Even though she was a clone of the Sky Hall, she had her own thoughts and feelings. Hence, she felt annoyed by Leylon's constant nagging. We both knew Noah was winning last year, said Jennifer. She glanced at Elmer for his thoughts, but the elf was busy cleaning his jade table. Sorry, I didn't know that. But hey, I also knew your sister was working for the Dark Lord, snickered Leylon. Eve Voldegard was one of the people who followed Ghost to the southern continent despite what the world said about him. Because of Eve's decision to follow the Dark Lord, the Voldegards were forced to disown Eve. As far as the Guardians were concerned, she was a criminal for following Michael. Noah did not punish the Voldegards for Eve's choice. However, they were secretly monitoring the Voldegard family. Don't talk about my sister, Jennifer gritted her teeth. Not that Leylon's words angered Jennifer, but if the real Jennifer was here, she would have gotten angry. Thus, the clone did the same to play her role correctly. What was the committee thinking when they decided to allow you to compete? Leylon growled. Why do you care since you are so sure about winning the competition? Jennifer replied. Humph, Leylon snickered. On the other hand, Elmer remained silent without putting his nose into their conversation. Instead, he cleaned the jade table spotless as though he hated dust on his table more than anything. The jade table reflected his clean-shaven face with blue eyes, a square jaw, and striking golden hair. Elmer was not a talkative type. Since the competition had started, he barely spoke. Finally, the crowd became silent when the bell rang. Everyone quickly shut their mouths as the alchemists' bodies tensed. They all looked at the judges. Aishan rose from his chair and made his way to the edge. He glanced over the field with the alchemists. It's my honor to welcome you all to the 2nd day of the competition. Once again, I have to thank Her Imperial Majesty for providing us with such an exquisite venue and protection. We couldn't have done this without Her Imperial Majesty's aid, especially what happened last year. As before, please mourn for the lost ones for a minute in silence, please. The crowd rose from their chairs to pay their respect to the alchemists and people who lost their lives at the competition last year. Silence swept across the arena. The people closed their eyes, lowering their heads. Thank you, Aishan's words broke the silence. Without a further ado, let us begin the 2nd stage of the competition. To start it, I'd like to welcome the youngster 5-star alchemist in the Elon continent and the head of alchemy in Aragoth, Miss Olivia Palmer. As soon as Aishan united Olivia to the front, an awkward silence occupied the arena. Few mumbled something under their breath. Everyone stared at Olivia with different looks. Some admired Olivia for not following the Dark Lord, while some had hostile looks as they thought she supported the Dark Lord in the shadows. Olivia was used to their gazes. She took a deep breath and walked to Aishan's side. Thank you for your good words, Lord Asian. But I must remind the world that I am not the youngest 5-star alchemist. We all know who the youngest is. People gasped in shock. They couldn't believe the guts of Olivia to speak such words. Even Asian and Hendrix were startled by her words. All I wanted to say is, do not let the past and one person's actions pollute the beautiful world of alchemy, Olivia calmly said. Your challenge for the second round is you have to brew the Lucid Dreams potion in under 2 hours. To help you brew it, you will receive the recipe and 3 batches of ingredients. As the competition began, several people were on their way to kidnap someone important. These figures were using the forest outside the city as their cover. With their black armor, they perfectly blended with the environment. The competition was really cursed as it attracted the wrong crowd for the second time. Chapter 758. Yet another alchemy competition. Lucid Dreams potion was just a standard 2-star level potion. However, it contained several intricate, complex steps to brew it without the cauldron exploding on an alchemist's face. Rich noble kids consumed this potion as a kind of drug to have a dream of their desire. Elmer noticed 3 batches of ingredients materializing on his table. Each batch contained 1 sprinkle of sweet aniseed, 1 tablespoon of snowy clove, 6 bits of sun shiso, 4 teaspoons of winter seed, and 1 cup of knot petal. Piece of cake, Leylon snickered. As the last disciple of Gabriel, he could brew such a simple potion in his sleep. Every challenge Leylon tackled boosted his confidence to another level. In Leylon's excitement, he failed to notice Elmer's strange, amused smile. The smile disappeared as fast as it appeared. Beat the sweet aniseed as you do with your enemies and put the result in a container, Leylon mumbled under his breath. He didn't even look at the recipe scroll. Add a sprinkle of liquid ice to turn it into messy water, then add the snowy clove all at once and make sure you don't leave any remnants. Leylon continued to work his magic on the ingredients. Despite being a clone, Jennifer was extremely well-versed in alchemy. She was slower than Leylon but so much faster than Elmer. Fill the cauldron with unsalted seawater, add the mixture and bring it to a boil, freeze it, and bring it to a simmer. Let it reduce by half before adding the sun shiso and winter seed. Mix both together first, then add all at once. While Leylon was brewing the potion, a tinge of sorrow rose in Olivia's heart. A year ago, she was beside Ghost, her teacher, and watched the competition. She still couldn't believe her teacher was the Dark Lord the entire world was afraid of. When she thought about Ghost, she had nothing but pleasant memories. Without him, she couldn't have reached her current state. Every day, she asked herself whether he really helped her or used her for his own benefit. Unlike Ricky, she couldn't drop everything and follow the Dark Lord to be a criminal wanted for the rest of her life. For some strange reason, she felt Ghost was watching her from somewhere in this arena. But she quickly dispelled the feelings as the arena was protected with all kinds of defense arrays and runes. It was impossible for the Dark Lord to step into the arena. Little did she know that the Dark Lord was in the arena and closer to her than she thought. "Are you all right, Miss Palmer? You look a bit worried," asked Hendrix Gardner. He was the 6-star alchemist who almost lost his life to the vampires. The reason he was sitting here alive was Michael. Unlike Gabriel, Michael did not want Hendrix dead. "Nothing," Olivia shook her head. "You remembered him, didn't you?" Hendrix surprised Olivia with his question. "No, Lord Hendrix. Why would you say that?" Olivia creased her brows. Hendrix leaned closer to her. "Friendly piece of advice. Every coin has 2 sides," Hendrix whispered to Olivia. For a moment, she almost doubted Hendrix to be one of the Dark Lord's minions. Even if he was, Olivia had no way of knowing. But this was the first time anyone had talked about the Dark Lord without fear in their eyes. In the meantime, Leylon completed half of the process. The wide grin on his face told everything. Reheat what by now is a foul liquid, mix in the knot petal, and let everything rest for 15 minutes. You could do something else in the meantime, like laughing at how pathetic the rest of them are. Leylon laughed at Jennifer and Elmer, who hadn't even finished refining the ingredients. 2 hours flew by in a blink of an eye. As expected, Leylon had the highest purity rate, followed by Jennifer and another new alchemist. Elmer placed 6th in the ranking. He barely avoided elimination by purity. After the results, the second day of the competition ended. The judges dismissed the alchemists. Most of them stayed in the building. Instead of staying in the room allocated to him, Elmer went outside. When she stepped out, he met a silver-haired elf surrounded by knights. The elf was at the soul refining stage and radiated an aura of a born leader. "There he is. Took you long enough, Elmer." The elf greeted Elmer with a stoic face. "Lord Hammond," Elmer bowed deeply, showing his respect. "You still in the competition?" Hammond tilted his head. He was an elder in the Genrick family and the man who brought Elmer to the family. "Apparently," Elmer said. "Brother Elmer." Suddenly, two elven kids jumped out of the carriage behind Hammond. They were twins. One was a silver-haired boy, and another was a golden-haired girl. They were just 7 years old who loved to play with almost anyone. Voron and Eva? Elmer was surprised by the kids. Usually, these two wouldn't leave the family compound for security reasons. The kids hugged each of Elmer's thighs as Hammond sighed. "I have an important task for you, Elmer. You need to get them to Genrick family safe house. Did you win, Brother Elmer?" "Nah, he lost." The kids played with Elmer. "Why me?" Elmer asked Hammond. "Because I said so, and I must be somewhere else," said Hammond. "You expect me to ride in the carriage with them?" "We cannot fly until we cross the border, remember?" Looking at Elmer's worried face, Hammond patted him on the shoulder. "Quit worrying. My guards will be with you all the time. Just take a quick nap inside, and when you wake up, you'll be at the manor. It's not like I have a choice." Elmer rolled his eyes. "Come on, kids. Get inside." Elmer pulled the two kids away from his legs by their collars. "That's the spirit." Hammond patted Elmer on the back as Elmer opened the carriage door for the kids. "I will see you soon, Lord Hammond." Elmer bowed before getting inside the carriage with the kids. Hammond signaled a couple of his men to get on the carriage. Inside the carriage, Elmer sat in silence without indulging the twins in their silly games. The carriage slowly moved away from the arena, leaving Hammond and his men behind. Something felt off to Elmer. The twins were the heir of Genrick family, yet Hammond only sent 2 guards with them. However, a bigger party might attract unwanted attraction. No one would bother to think twice about a carriage with 2 soul refiners in the R continent. When Elmer thought like that, Hammond's actions made sense. Elmer looked at the sky from the window. The sky was unusually cloudy as though heavy rain was due. He hoped to reach the manor before the rain. "Brother Elmer, come play with us," said Voron. He climbed on Elmer's back and played with his pointy ears. Since they were kids, their ears were not as pointy as Elmer's. "Instead of playing, why don't you two meditate? It's good for both your brains and souls," said Elmer. The kids shook their heads as Elmer expected. He let them do whatever they wanted and focused on the bustling streets. As time passed, they exited the street. The lush green field was in stark contrast to the busy streets of Mvarian. Soon, the field extended into lush forest. Everything became dark after they entered the woods. The forest was small, thick, and blooming. Its canopy was eclipsed by alder, larch, and ash, and twinkling lights bursting through their crowns allowed for a mosaic of shrubs to claim the brittle leaves on the ground below. Swooping tree limbs held onto every tree, and a range of flowers clung to any space they could find and looked almost out of place in the otherwise mundane terrain. A cacophony of beastly noises, predominantly those of insects and critters, filled the air, and were accompanied by the occasional sounds of large animals in the distance. Elmer savored the sight and silence outside. He trained himself to ignore the 2 annoying kids and focus on something else. For example, the elven rune in the Genrick family underground vault. This particular elven rune favored the fire element. Thus, anyone who wields the rune would gain an unimaginable amount of increase in fire manipulation, which was crucial to every single alchemist. The Genrick family had been protecting the rune for centuries. Only the core family members had access to this rune. Winning the alchemy competition was one way of getting access to the rune. That was one of the reasons why Elmer decided to compete in the competition. As Elmer was focusing on the passing trees, his ears twitched. "Do that again," Eva shouted excitedly. Elmer heard rustling wind and a strange howling sound. "Did you hear that?" Elmer heard the guards outside murmur. "I think we've been followed," said another guard. The two kids were too busy playing with Elmer's ears to hear the guards. "How far are we from the border?" asked a guard. "Not very far," said the marriage driver. Elmer realized something was wrong. He creased his brows. "You too." Elmer grabbed the kids by their necks as though they were his kittens. "Stay here," said Elmer. "Are we going to play hide and seek?" asked the boy. "Kinda." Soon, the carriage sped up. As a result, the carriage bobbed up and down. The ride became extremely uncomfortable. Elmer grabbed his seat tight to balance himself. "We are being followed." "I see figures in the woods," said a guard. His voice had a tinge of panic. Suddenly, Elmer heard a thud. "Hey Dash!" Another cry resonated in the area but was cut short abruptly. Elmer felt the carriage slowly coming to a halt. "Why are we stopping?" asked Eva. "Aren't we playing hide and seek?" asked Elmer. "Really?" The kids' faces lit up. They had been nagging Elmer to play with them since they first met. So when Elmer agreed to play, they were so excited. "Just, I am going to close my eyes, and you are going to hide within this carriage." "Where do we hide in here?" Eva complained. "I don't know, but that's the rule." "To make it a fair game, I will step outside," said Elmer. Having no choice, the kids nodded. Finally, Elmer opened the door and stepped outside the carriage. They were in the middle of nowhere. When Elmer walked to the front, he saw an arrow sticking through the driver's head. The very next moment, several figures dressed in dark armor stepped out of the shadows. Each of them was at the soul refining stage level 5. Elmer counted at least 12 of them standing around him. "The kids inside?" one of the dark-armored figures asked Elmer. "Hand them over to us, and we will kill you painlessly," the figure threatened Elmer. Michael will make his appearance in the next chapter. Stay tuned. Chapter 759, Dark Lord returns. "No can do." Elder shook his head. He wasn't going to hand over the twins to these people. He may have been cold toward the kids and didn't like to spend time with them, but the kids adored him. His heart simply refused to give the kids to the strangers. The black-robed figures chuckled. The elf before them was just at the core formation level 1. They could kill him without breaking a sweat. Nonetheless, the black-robed figures saw no signs of fear in the elf's eyes. Elmer cracked his neck. "Kill this fool and take the kids," the black-armored man ordered one of his men, who stood a couple of meters away from Elmer. The black-armored figure unsheathed his dagger. He strolled toward Elmer playing with his dagger. The black-armored figures expected Elmer to cast a spell or at least poise to defend himself. Contrary to their expectation, Elmer remained still. The black-armored figures thought Elmer had frozen by fear. The black-armored figure raised the dagger before plunging it onto Elmer's back. To the man's shock, the dagger shattered into pieces when he stabbed Elmer. His hand went numb. He felt like he stabbed a concrete block. The man was completely off guard. His eyes widened behind his mask. The trees in the forest swayed as an ominous feeling swept across them. They heard wolves howling in the distance. Thunder rumbled alongside the wolves. Suddenly, the black-armored figures saw Elmer's eyes turn completely black. Black bolts of lightning crackled around his body. Slowly, the area around the carriage grew darker and darker. The black-armored figures took a step back in fear. They had a bad feeling seeing the darkness around them. Elmer's expressionless face changed. Instead, a devilish grin emerged on his face. Chill ran down the black-armored men's spines. They trembled in utter fear. Suddenly, everything turned completely black for a moment. When the darkness disappeared in a flash, Elmer disappeared from their sight. The men looked around frantically. The forest once again became completely silent. "Brother Elmer, we are ready. Come find us." The playful voice of the kids cut through the ominous silence. "Keep hiding, kids. I have to clean up a few rodents." The black-armored men heard Elmer's voice echo through the forest. However, they couldn't locate him. "Rodents? We do not want them in here," said the kids. "I am sure you don't," said Elmer. The black-armored figures unsheathed their weapons. A breeze of wind brushed past them. They didn't even blink. Fear crept into their hearts. "Where dash?" a black-armored man tried to shout, but his shout was cut short abruptly. His head exploded into red mist. The rest were startled. They had no idea what just happened. Under their shocked gazes, a thin veil of energy appeared around the carriage. "He's dead." "It happened," one of the men stuttered. Everyone trembled to see the blood spewing out of their friend's neck. One moment he was fine, and the next, his head exploded like a watermelon. Once again, a breeze of wind brushed past them. Following the wind, another head exploded. The black armored man who stood beside the man fell down in shock. Blood splashed across his face and the ground. Yet, they didn't see what just happened. One by one, heads exploded. Fuck it, some dropped everything they had and tried to run into the woods. But a dark beam came out of nowhere and penetrated their heads. They died instantly. Only one survived the quick massacre. The one who survived tried to crawl under the carriage but couldn't go through the energy shield. It was like an invisible wall. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't even move an inch forward. The man's heart skipped a beat when he saw Elmer behind him. Elmer lifted up the black armored man by his neck. "Who are you?" the man mumbled. Elmer snatched the mask off of the man's face. After removing the dark mask, a man with a gray stubble beard and brown eyes stared at Elmer. The man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as Elmer's face slowly transformed. His pointy ears grew shorter, resembling human ears. The silvery hair turned black. If these weren't shocking enough, Elmer's face itself transformed into resembling someone else. The man recognized his face almost instantly. In fact, everyone in the world would recognize the face because the Guardian Guild had posted thousands of posters worldwide with his face on. The man muttered. He couldn't believe that out of all people, they actually stumbled upon the Dark Lord himself. They were actually ordered to kidnap the kids where the Dark Lord was. The man's mind went blank. Everyone in the world knew how he slaughtered hundreds of Guardians, including immortals, before he obliterated Ithalan to oblivion. "What's your name?" asked Michael. "Thamer," the man mumbled. It had been a year since Michael took the identity of Elmer, an elf, and infiltrated the Genric family. A lot of things have happened since he exacted revenge against Thusia. One of the major things was the system going offline. He upgraded the system from version 7 to 8. To Michael's surprise, the system required an entire year to upgrade itself. But before it went offline, the system required Michael to get his hands on the Elven rune in the Genric family without revealing his identity for some reason. To the outside world and his minions, he disappeared and went underground. But in reality, Michael was staying with the Genric family, slowly gaining their trust and working as an amateur alchemist. Only a few knew about Michael's current identity, which included Gaia and her mother. While he was living with the Genric family, Gaia and her mother continued the search for the god-killing arrows and his armor pieces. Michael was so close to getting access to the secret vault, which was protected with all kinds of runes and arrays, that even Eladir had trouble breaking them. Since the system strictly advised Michael not to reveal himself, he didn't take the risk of letting Eladir take a crack at the arrays and the runes. Hence, Michael chose the good old ways. To be honest, Michael loved the fresh air. He let his subordinates handle everything back in the southern continent. The Guardians poured all the resources into finding him in the southern continent while Michael lived right under their noses. Plus, he was able to get a good understanding of Aur and Empress Nithrol Grimfield. Unfortunately, because the system went offline, Michael couldn't break through to the immortal stage. Everything was going great until these assholes decided to ambush him and the two annoying kids. Whoever sent Thamer just made it into Mysaheel's kill list. "You know who I am, right?" asked Michael. Thamer bobbed his head up and down. "So you know what I can do to you and everyone you know and care about?" Michael's eyes glimmered with killing intent. Thamer's heart skipped a beat. "But I will give you a chance to avoid all that bloodshed. Answer my questions and I won't kill your loved ones. Do you understand?" Thamer did not understand as Michael tightened his grip around his neck. "Do you understand?" Michael's voice became demonic for a moment. "Yes." Thamer immediately nodded in utter fear. "Who sent you?" Michael asked the simple and the most obvious questions. Considering his time in the Genric family, he could say the Genric family had no enemies hostile enough to kidnap the twins. A criminal act like this would get them the most brutal punishment there was from the Empress herself. The Empress was kind and brutal at the same time. Her war gods would go to any lengths to find out the kidnappers and bring them to justice. These war gods were the main reason why Gondolin had so few criminals. But if someone had sent people after the twins to kidnap them despite everything, Michael wanted to know who this daredevil was. Hammon, Lord Hammon sent us, Thamer blabbered almost immediately without a second thought. The Dark Lord frightened him more than Hammon ever did. That fucking rat. It seems I am not the only one with hidden agendas in Genric family, said Michael. Where do you plan to meet Hammon again? In a cabin not very far from here, Thamer answered Michael truthfully. Luckily for Thamer, Michael saw no signs of him lying. Otherwise, Thamer would be on the ground dead without a head. Finally, after hearing Hammon plan the ambush, Michael wanted to know why. He had a strange feeling that he could use Hammon to speed things up. Michael turned his gaze toward the carriage. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a silvery vial from his space ring. He threw the vial at the carriage as it shattered on the ground. Puffs of white smoke emerged from the broken vial and floated into the carriage. Take the kids to Hammon as you planned. If he asks about Elmer, tell Hammon you killed him. Got it? Thamer nodded frantically. Michael finally released his grip around his neck as Thamer collapsed down. He coughed several times. The rosiness slowly returned to his face. He picked himself up and slowly walked toward the carriage. When he got close, the energy shield around the carriage faded away. Go on, said Michael. Thamer opened the carriage door. To his surprise, the kids were sleeping on the couch. More accurately, they lost consciousness by inhaling Michael's knockout gas. Eventually, Thamer picked up the two kids and returned to Michael. Michael looked at the twins peacefully sleeping on Thamer's shoulder. He then took out a scroll and tore it in half. Suddenly, several runes materialized in the air. We are free to fly to the cabin, said Michael. Thamer led Michael through the woods toward Hammon's cabin. He didn't dare to utter a word or try to lose the Dark Lord. He knew messing with the Dark Lord would only lead to his death. Thamer just wanted this nightmare to end. He had already lost his men and did not want to lose his life too. On the other hand, Hammon was waiting for good news inside his cabin. Little did he know the Dark Lord was coming to greet him. Chapter 760, Dwarven Mercenaries. Michael followed Thamer through the woods. He always had doubts about Hammon. Not that Hammon showed any anger toward the Genric family, but he obeyed every single command they issued to the last letter. It felt too good to be true to Michael. Of course, Michael ordered Arya to investigate Hammon when he had his doubts, but Arya found nothing incriminating. This was what made Michael curious about why Hammon staged an ambush. That elf was willing to sacrifice Elmer. After flying through the woods for almost 30 minutes straight, Michael noticed a wooden cabin in the middle of nowhere. The cabin perfectly blended with its natural surroundings and was almost hidden from the naked eye. Veins and moths entangled around the cabin, hiding it with their green. Since the cabin was outside the no-fly zone, Hammon was able to fly to the cabin with his men. Hence, Michael saw neither carriage nor horses outside. Go ahead, Michael gestured at Thamer to go to the cabin first. Instead of following Thamer behind, he decided to stay behind and see Hammon's true face for a change. Thamer nodded before flying straight to the cabin. Standing outside the cabin, Thamer knocked on the door. Thamer, Michael heard Hammon's voice coming from within the cabin. It's done, said Thamer. Finally, the cabin door opened. Michael stayed hidden in the woods, looking at Hammon opening the door. Michael scanned the cabin to realize Hammon had brought backup with him. But they didn't look like Hammon's personal guards from the Genric family. These guards wore some kind of flaming armor. Moreover, they were shorter than an average human. They had long, bushy beards, messy hair, and bulky arms. Simply put, they were dwarves. Moguls, Michael mumbled under his breath. The Moguls were a mercenary guild from the Dwarven Kingdom. The vilest and most ruthless dwarves exiled from their homeland formed this brutal mercenary guild that would do anything for the right price. They were like the Grim Reapers but less secretive and more ruthless. They didn't end up on Michael's radar until now. They had been escaping the war gods using the mines and mountains. To be honest, Michael was surprised to see them with Hammond. Usually, the dwarves loathed the elves. Thus, if they were working for Hammond, he must have offered them a handsome payment. There they are, Hammond licked his lips. His eyes turned predatory, looking at the twins. They are alive, right? Asked Hammond. Yes, Thamer nodded. Something's wrong, Michael heard a dwarf growl. Michael was surprised by the dwarf's perception. Following the dwarf's statement, all his buddies unsheathed their weapons. Hammond was startled by their action. What's wrong? What's happening? Asked Hammond. He had no clue why the dwarves suddenly unsheathed their weapons. Unlike the dwarves, he failed to notice the fear in Thamer's eyes. He's being blackmailed. I can see the fear in his eyes, a dwarf with a long cut across his face growled. The dwarf immediately lunged at Thamer with his battle axe. He placed the axe against Thamer's throat while Hammond quickly took the kids off Thamer's shoulders. He threw the kids on the table like they were toys. Another dwarf kicked Thamer on the knees to bring him to his knees. Instead of questioning Thamer, the dwarf just stared into his eyes. He is not himself. Someone forced him to do this, said the dwarf. Once again, the dwarves surprised Michael. Despite their lust for blood and booze, they actually showed some intellect. They didn't even believe Thamer for a minute. Just by looking into Thamer's eyes, the dwarves figure out he was forced. Michael calmly watched everything that was happening inside the cabin. We are all fucked, mumbled Thamer. Tears rolled down from Thamer's ears without his control. Thamer's tears completely dazed Hammond. He knew Thamer for years. Thamer was one of the most ruthless and heartless bastards he had ever known in his life. But he was sobbing like a little child. Thamer, what the hell are you talking about? Hammond asked Thamer. He yanked Thamer by his collar. Before Thamer could utter another word, a bright light flashed across the cabin. The dwarves were startled. Soon, a sudden gust of wind snuffed out all the candles in the cabin. Darkness fell over the room. Hammond couldn't even see his own hands before his eyes. The dwarves quickly lit the lanterns dangling on their waists. Since they traveled through dark mines, they all had lanterns to light their way. Hence, they quickly fought off the darkness with the lanterns. The lantern light dimly lit the room with a shade of orange. Hammond let go of Thamer and moved closer to the twins. Someone's here, said a dwarf. Hammond's ears twitched as he heard footsteps. The footsteps sounded louder and louder until the door creaked. Every single pair of eyes were locked onto the door. They expected someone to open the door wide open any second. As they expected, someone did open the door. In the dim light, they saw Michael walking into the cabin. The dwarf near the doorway lunged at Michael without a second thought. Only when he was in midair the dwarf recalled the face. His eyes widened in shock. But it was too late as Michael caught the dwarf by his neck in the air. The dwarf's feet quivered as he started swinging his battle axe at Michael to cut his head. Hammond heard a cracking sound as the dwarf stopped quivering in Michael's hand. The battle axe fell off the dwarf's hand and hit the ground with a loud thud. The Dark Lord, Hammond mumbled under his breath. His predatory eyes glistened with fear. The dwarves took a step back. To a man who killed immortals, killing a bunch of soul refiners was as easy as lifting a finger. The dwarves were not stupid to rush into battle head-on with the Dark Lord himself. Judging by the situation, the dwarves knew the only way to escape was through negotiation. They just hoped the Dark Lord was in the mood for talks. We can have a civilized conversation if no one pulls any stupid stunts, said Michael. Michael dusted off his arms. With a flick of his wrist, he pulled a wooden chair toward him. He turned the chair around and sat backward. The dwarves and Hammond looked tense. It was no surprise, though. One could say the dwarves were holding well. Many would have wet their pants. After the Terror campaign the Guardian Guild and the Great Eight clans held against Michael, he didn't need fear toxin to scare people. The Guardians and the Great Eight clans wanted to stop people from believing in the Dark Lord or worse, worshipping him as though he was a god. The fear worked in Michael's favor. He never expected people to worship him. Instead, Michael wanted them to fear him. That was why Noah stopped the campaign to spread fear throughout the world, as he knew the Dark Lord wanted just that. Still, Noah was too late. The Guardian Guild and the Great Eight clans did a fantabulous job of scaring people. Even the criminals shivered at the mere mention of the name Dark Lord. Now let me hear why you want to kidnap those two. If I am not wrong, you should be protecting them. This doesn't seem like protecting, said Michael. Hammond felt reluctant to speak. Michael just lifted his finger as a lightning bolt shot out of his fingertips. The lightning bolt went straight through Thamer's head, instantly killing him. The dwarves jumped back in shock. Thamer wasn't weaker than any of them. If the Dark Lord could kill him with a single lightning bolt, they could only imagine what he could do when he used his full power. They realized the stories they heard about the Black Day were not at all exaggerated. In case the system hadn't gone offline for a year, Michael would have reached level 3 immortal stage. Unfortunately, he was being bottlenecked by the system. As you can see, I am not a very patient guy. So you should answer me without testing my patience, said Michael, crackling his fingers. Thamer's boy was on the ground with a big hole in his head. Blood still oozed down from the hole. His eyes were filled with terror and shock. At least he died instantly without suffering. Hearing Michael's words, Hammond gawked around the cabin. Everyone in the room knew there was no way of escaping without the Dark Lord's permission. However, Hammond couldn't reveal his story in front of these dwarves. Michael noticed his hesitation and sighed. You seem to want more privacy. That can be arranged, said Michael. When he turned his gaze at the dwarves, they realized he was about to kill them all. Fuck this and fuck you, one of the dwarves roared. He didn't want to go down without a fight. The dwarves would rather fight and die fearlessly than beg someone else for their lives. A dwarf raised his battle axe to bring down upon the Dark Lord with full force. However, his body froze as the battle axe slipped off his hand. Michael's eyes lit up. The very next moment, the dark beams shot out of his hands and bounced off from dwarf to dwarf, killing everyone except Hammond in a blink of an eye. The dwarves didn't even have the chance to defend themselves. After the dark beams disappeared as quickly as they appeared, puffs of smoke escaped Michael's eyes. One by one, the bodies hit the ground with a thud. Hammond's mind went blank. He paid 1,000,000 gold coins to the mercenaries to get them to work for him. Unfortunately, his 1,000,000 gold coins went to waste. I'm not going to ask you again. Tell me why you stage an ambush and kidnap the twins, asked Michael. This time, his voice became colder and demonic. Hammond felt the pressure from the Dark Lord's piercing gaze. Having no choice, Hammond began to reveal his backstory. After hearing his full story, he just hoped the Dark Lord would understand his motives. Only Hammond knew the Genrick family was not as they seemed to be. Chapter 761. The Elven Rune. Michael listened to Hammond's story in silence. The crickets and distant beasts accompanied them, along with creaking woods in the cabin. Heavy downpours accompanied Hammond's story. The droplets hit the roof, making a rhythmic noise that served as background music to Hammond's story. When Hammond finished his story, Michael felt pity for Hammond. According to Hammond, his family, once called Hamlets, protected the Great Elven Rune. The rune was passed from generation to generation. It was their sole duty to protect the Elven Rune. Apparently, there was a blessing hidden within the Elven Rune. The blessing gave whoever keeps the family healthy and prosperous. Therefore, Hamlets led a very good life in the Azer continent. Hamlet was only a child when his house leader brought his best friend 100 years ago to the Hamlet Manor. He trusted his best friend enough to reveal the existence of the Elven Rune. At that time, he did not know the Elven Rune kindled the fire of greed in his best friend's heart. A few days later, someone murdered the house head in his own manor and stole the Elven Rune. The Hamlets scoured the continent for the rune but did not find a single clue. Years passed without the Elven Rune. The disappearance of the Elven Rune turned into a curse. One by one, the Hamlets fell sick to a strange illness and gradually lost their former glory. Once a prominent family in the continent slowly lost everything until they ceased to exist. However, before the last Hamlet, Hammond's father died, he found that his best friend visited him on the day the house leader died. P1E's visit N0V1B in. T. Hammond made his lives work to find the Elven Rune and exact revenge against those who stole the rune, resulting in his family's demise. Like vultures picking off flesh from a corpse, the rival families robbed everything the Hamlet family had. As the last and only Hamlet, Hammond was thrown into the streets. He described his hellish childhood in great detail, with tears gushing out of his eyes. Michael sympathized with Hammond because they both shared the same hellish childhood. Despite Hammond's hardships, his thirst for revenge kept him going. Finally, at his 15th age, Hammond finally met the man who came with his house head. Imagine his surprise when Hammond learned this man went from a lonely adventurer to the house head of the Genrick family, Tanatar Genrick. Although Hammond did not remember the name he used when he came to his home, he was pretty sure it wasn't Tanatar Genrick. Hammond might have been a little child, but he could never forget the man's face who was responsible for everything. Hammond followed Tanatar for a couple of years, waiting for an opportunity to gain his trust and enter his family as a Genrick. Eventually, Hammond received a chance to save Tanatar's wife from a bunch of bandits. Since Tanatar loved his wife so much, Tanatar felt so great to the point where he accepted the orphan Hammond into his family. Hammond slowly worked his way up, slowly gaining everyone's trust. It took Hammond 100 years to reach the point where he is now. Michael admired Hammond's resilience. All these years, he lived with the people who were responsible for his family's destruction. Even he couldn't have lived with Victoria and her family for a year, let alone 100 years. Michael began to have second thoughts about killing Hammond. Not only because Michael sympathized with Hammond but also because he said he had the plan to retrieve the Elven rune. According to Hammond, the Elven rune would recognize his bloodline. He was confident he could disable the runes and arrays in the vault to get to the rune. Michael wondered how he could use the Elven rune to disable the arrays and defense runes. But he saw absolute confidence in Hammond's eyes. Since Michael didn't have the system's help, he had to rely completely on his instincts. And his instincts told him to go along with Hammond's plan. So tell me, Hammond, what's more important to you? Your thirst for revenge against the Genrick family or the Elven rune? You can't have both. Choose one, said Michael. Hammond's thoughts faded as images of his daily life flashed across his eyes. Michael let Hammond think in silence. On the one hand, Hammond had the Elven rune, his family's heritage. On the other hand, he had Tanatar and his family, who stole the rune, resulting in his suffering. Without the Hamlet family, there was no need for the Elven rune. That rune didn't have the power to bring his family back. However, killing Tanatar and destroying his family would certainly avenge his family and bring him peace. Hence, Hammond chose revenge against the Genrick family instead of the Elven rune. As far as Hammond was concerned, the Dark Lord could take the rune. I want the Genrick family dead, Hammond growled. Except the kids. Be honest, do you really plan to kill the children? Asked Michael. Hammond hesitated to answer Michael because he wasn't a child killer. Subconsciously, Hammond was attached to the twins and the other children. His anger was pointed toward Tanatar, not the innocent children and others. Hammond was not a killer like Michael. He killed everyone in Victoria's family except the children because she sent them away before the war. The last time Michael heard, Noah had created an orphanage for children on every continent. As much as Michael hated Noah for being a righteous prick, he admired Noah for his leadership and initiatives, such as the orphanages. He was really taking the Guardian Guild on a better path. Pity their end goal was to fight Michael, which would result in only death. Your hesitation is the answer, Hammond. You can have your revenge. I am not going to kill you, but... Michael rose from the chair. I will take the Elven rune, said Michael. Michael waved his hands before his face. To Hammond's shock, his face transformed, resembling Elmer. Elmer! Hammond mumbled. For a moment, Hammond thought the Dark Lord had taken Elmer's face. However, he slowly connected the dots to realize the Dark Lord was Elmer. With another wave of his hand, Michael changed his face to look like another elf. Elmer is dead, said Michael. Now, get your plans on the road. As I said before, I am not a very patient guy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The Genrick family mansion was located on the outskirts of Mvarian. The mansion would have seemed identical to any other in the prestigious neighborhood to the outside viewer. Large curtained windows set in solid concrete walls and burnt silver tiles on the roof. Stone statues and a large metal gate guarded the entrance, a freshly trimmed lawn, flowering bushes, and sunlight reflecting off the surface of a fountain on a typical warm summer day. A well-kept gravel path led to automatic double doors. Inside rested several priceless artifacts proudly. In one of the many numerous rooms, the house leader Tanatar Genrik scoured through heaps of scrolls on his wooden table. Wooden boxes were stacked high against the ceiling, and the content of the few that had been unpacked was dispersed throughout the room. The heavy dusty air dimmed the area. Outside his room, the Genrik family went on with their life as any other usual day. Tanatar Genrik was a gentle-looking elf with blue eyes and long, striking golden hair. Despite retiring from being an adventurer 100 years ago, he still had muscles underneath an inch of fat. One could easily see the deep scar on the side of his neck. Tanatar liked to be left alone in his storeroom. In this room, only he and the thousands of scrolls in which one might hold an answer to his long search. Only by one, he picked up a scroll, opened it up, read its contents, and threw it away with a glimmer of disappointment. As he repeated this cycle, he heard heavy boot steps outside the room. "My lord," someone knocked on the door. Tanatar sensed an urgency and panic in the rough voice. His eyes glimmered with fury. He hated being disturbed in this room. "My lord, you must see this. It's about the twins." As soon as Tanatar heard these words, the anger in his eyes faded. Tanatar waved his hands as several runes glowed on the door. Soon, these runes faded away, unlocking the door. The door clicked open. "My lord," a soldier rushed into the room and dropped to his knees. He reached out a scroll toward Tanatar. Tanatar immediately frowned, looking at the blood stains on the scroll. Tanatar picked up the scroll and opened it up to read its contents. While reading the scroll, Tanatar's body trembled. He collapsed onto the chair behind him. The soldier's body jerked as Tanatar banged the table. The mountain of scrolls crumbled down, making the room messy. "Show me the box." Tanatar stood up. He followed the soldiers to the front lawn, where he saw several soldiers and family members gathered around. "Move aside, Lord Tanatar is here." Everyone moved aside, making way for Tanatar to the wooden box on the ground. The air around the box reeked of blood. The soldiers already had the box opened. When he reached the box, Tanatar saw a severed head with open eyes staring at him. "It's Sira, my lord," said the soldier who led Tanatar here. Sira was one of Hammond's personal guards. "This note was in the box, my lord." Another soldier handed over a blood-stained note to Tanatar. "If you want to see your children alive and not as heads in boxes, come to the Lonely Mountain." Tanatar read the words on the note. His voice trembled. He started to realize his kids were kidnapped slowly. Just the blood on the note alone shook Tanatar to the core. At that moment, he couldn't think as a veteran adventurer or a leader but as a father. He failed to keep his stoic wall around him. Thinking about his children in danger made the wall crumble down. For a few moments, his mind went blank. "My lord, what does the note say?" a soldier asked with worry. The soldier's words pulled Tanatar out of his dazed state. "Gather our men, we are going to the Lonely Mountain." Tanatar barked his order at his men. "Lord Tanatar, what happened? What's the meaning of all this?" One of his core family members asked Tanatar. "Voron and Eva." Tanatar's words didn't come out through the lump in his throat. "What happened to them?" the elves panicked. "They were kidnapped." Tanatar barely finished his words, shaking everyone to their core. While Tanatar and the others were gathered at the front lawn, Hammond entered the mansion via a secret path only known to the elders. Michael accompanied Hammond as one of his personal guards. Michael followed Hammond behind a dimly lit underground passage. "The vault is just around the corner," said Hammond. Chapter 762. Two sides of the coin. Michael followed Hammond until he reached a giant door made of some kind of silver metal. The door was built with countless nuts and bolts. On top of these mechanisms, Michael sensed countless runes. Hammond stopped a meter before the steel door. He looked around as though he was searching for something. Michael wished he had the system to disable all the runes. Luckily, Michael had an expert in runes. He was about to call for Eladir when Hammond raised his palm. Michael noticed a glowing rune on Hammond's palm. For some reason, the gears in the door started to move faster and faster. Additionally, icy blue runes began to radiate brighter light on the door. Michael heard these mechanisms rolling within the door. Hammond slowly moved his palm toward the door. When Hammond's palm was just a few inches away from the door, an invisible force pulled his hand toward it. Hammond's hand got stuck on the door. Hammond did not shout but seemed relatively calm. The door did not freak him out as much as the Dark Lord beside him did. Hammond and Michael waited for the door to open. However, Messiahel was pretty surprised and, to be honest, startled. It seemed to him like Hammond had a way of opening the vault all this time, yet he waited for no reason. "You can open the vault door?" asked Michael. He wanted to confirm Hammond's stupidity. "Yes," Hammond nodded. Michael couldn't keep his hands from slapping the back of Hammond's head. Hammond was pretty startled but kept his hand on the door. "You had a way to open the vault door all this time, and you decided not to take the Elven rune and kill Tanatar until now?" asked Michael. "It's not my fault he and his wife couldn't have a child for almost 80 years, give or take," Hammond shrugged. To Hammond's surprise, Michael chuckled. "So you were waiting for them to have children as much as them? It's funny, but I do admire your patience," Michael smiled. When Hammond saw the smile on the Dark Lord's face, he was truly surprised. His smile brought such warmth to Hammond's heart and almost made Hammond wonder why in the hell everyone was afraid of this guy. He looked so friendly and good-looking with a smile. Michael did his best to keep the pressure of being the Dark Lord gets to him. He didn't want to end up like his previous self, who had to reset the entire universe to fix his mistakes. A few minutes later, the gears finally stopped as Michael noticed the runes fading away. Michael did not care about how Hammond managed to disable the runes and the mechanisms. All he cared about was the Elven rune within the vault. The vault door creaked. It slowly slid open, revealing a room surrounded by 4 marble walls. The vault was a meter thick. It would weigh at least a ton. Michael realized why no one opted for breaking the vault door using explosives. It would take a nuclear warhead to destroy this one. In the center of the room, Michael saw a golden plate hovering in the air within an energy shield. There was a glowing rune on the golden plate. It suddenly pulsated a wave of energy as though it had sensed something. At that same time, the rune on Hammond's palm produced an otherworldly whistling noise. The golden plate moved toward Hammond but was stopped by the energy shield. Hammond's legs turned to jelly, seeing the rune after so many years. He slowly took a step forward. On the other hand, Michael walked toward the Elven rune to find a way to free it from the energy shield. Michael's eyes flickered. He activated the X-ray vision to locate the source that was powering the energy shield. Michael noticed a purple heat wave running from the ground below the golden plate into the wall on the other side. Michael made his way to the wall and ran his fingers through the wall. He knocked on the wall for a moment to gauge how thick these walls were. The dark flames coiled around Michael's fist. He was about to punch the wall when he sensed several beings on their way to the vault. Michael slowly turned around to welcome the party while Hammond walked toward the rune in slow motion. "Hammond!" Suddenly, a dominant voice echoed through the empty vault. The voice snapped Hammond out of his daze. His body became rigid. Hammond slowly turned around. Hammond's mind went blank when he saw Tanatar and his royal guards at the vault doorway. Michael wondered what made Tanatar ignore his children and return to the vault until he saw a glow on his hand. If Michael had to guess, he would say Tanatar had another rune on his hand. In a blink of an eye, Michael appeared behind Tanatar. The soldiers were caught off guard by his speed. Before they could react, Michael shut the vault door, trapping Tanatar alone in the vault with them. Normally, it would take spells and special arrays to shut the door coals because it was too damn heavy. But to Michael, this steel door was no different than a wooden door in a tavern. Even the half-immortals of the same level as him didn't possess such godly strength. His raw strength was another perk of being a god. Tanatar was startled. "My lord! Open this door! Lord Tanatar!" The soldiers shouted from outside, yet only Michael could hear them. To Hammond and Tanatar, it was all silence. "What's the meaning of this, Hammond? And who is this?" Tanatar pointed at Michael, who returned to the place he was a second ago. "What the hell are you not in the lonely mountain?" Hammond blabbered in shock. Wait, how do you know dash? Tanatar held his words as realization hit him. What did you do? Tanatar dashed at Hammond with uncontrollable rage. He grabbed Hammond by his collar and shook him. Tell me you had nothing to do with my kids being taken away? Tanatar growled at Hammond. He didn't want to believe Hammond betrayed him. He had known Hammond for almost 70 years. Tanatar thought of Hammond as his own family. Yes, I took them. Hammond roared, pushing Tanatar to the ground. Michael witnessed their feud without lifting a finger. The golden plate with the elven rune drew his attention the most. He felt familiar energy from the plate, which seemed strange to Michael. It would have been easy to scan the plate with the system if it didn't go offline. Since it wasn't the case, Michael had to rely on himself. It almost felt like there was something powerful hiding within the golden plate. When Michael focused on it, he heard a low-pitched roar coming from the plate. This roar was filled with rage like a wounded beast was trapped within. How do I feel when you took everything from me? Hammond lunged at Tanatar before he could get to his feet. Hammond got on top of Tanatar and punched him in the face. Tanatar grabbed Hammond's neck and rolled over, turning the tables on Hammond. But Tanatar did not punch Hammond. He was more shocked and stunned than he was furious. I treated you like my family. You killed my entire family. Once again, Hammond roared. He scratched Tanatar's hands, tearing his robes. Okay, I had enough. Michael rolled his eyes. He just waved his hand as Hammond and Tanatar blasted away from each other. They hit the walls opposite each other. They tried to free themselves, but a powerful invisible force held them to the wall. You have to listen to Hammond's story first, Michael said to Tanatar. Michael flicked his wrist as Tanatar couldn't open his mouth. He felt like an invisible hand keeping his mouth shut. Hammond, tell him what he did to you. Get everything off of your chest. Michael turned his gaze to Hammond. It didn't take Hammond long to spew the same story he told Michael. Only this time, his tone was filled with more rage and murderous intent. While recalling his story for the second time, blood trickled down from Hammond's nose. Tanatar's eyes widened and filled with shock. When Hammond finished his story, Michael noticed Tanatar's eyes watering up. Michael was surprised. Tanatar's eyes didn't look like a killer's. Michael had seen enough killers to know Tanatar may be innocent. Michael now wanted to hear Tanatar's side of the story. Hence, he shut Hammond's mouth and let Tanatar speak. I didn't kill Erden. Tanatar's voice stuttered. He was my best friend. Tears gushed out of Tanatar's eyes. Hammond roared, but no words came out of his mouth. He gave this elven rune to protect it because he suspected someone was planning to steal it and use it for nefarious purposes. Tanatar sobbed. Now that's a twist. Msaiheel's brows arched up. I'd rather die than murder my best friend. If Erdan wanted my life, I would have given it to him gladly, said Tanatar. Michael took a deep breath. He looked at Hammond. Seems like you want to know his side of the story. To be honest, Michael wanted to know Tanatar's part of the story more than Hammond wanted. He spent a year in the Genric family as Elmer, so Michael felt a little bit of compassion toward the Genric family. At the same time, he felt Hammond's actions were somewhat justifiable after learning what Tanatar did to Hamlet's. However, Michael's thoughts changed when Tanatar completely denied killing Erden Hamlet and stealing the elven rune. Your kids are safe. Just tell him your side of the story, Michael said to Tanatar. Tanatar believed this complete stranger for some reason. After taking a few deep breaths, Tanatar began to tell what happened between Erdan and him before he departed for Ar from the Azer continent. Tanatar's story completely contradicted Hammond's part of the story. According to him, Erden Hamlet, the house head of the Hamlet family, asked Tanatar to take the elven rune and leave for the Ar continent. He suspected someone within the Hamlet family was planning to take the elven rune and present it to none other than the Dark Lord himself. It was shocking to say the least. Michael was caught off guard. Initially, Tanatar refused to do that, but Erdan insisted, giving him no choice. As a lonely adventurer, Tanatar had no family then. So he agreed to take the elven rune away to save Erdan's family. But he never thought his entire family would be wiped out by a plague that only affected the Hamlets. Even after founding the Genric family, Tanatar did not stop looking for survivors. Unfortunately, he found no one and concluded the entire Hamlet family was wiped out. So someone from the Order was living with the Hamlets. Michael sighed. He knew he or she probably died from the strange sickness that hit Hamlets. But Michael couldn't figure out how Erdan learned about the Order members' plan. Michael refused to believe they were sloppy enough to let Erdan learn about their plan. The members of the Order were extremely cautious and cunning. They survived centuries without being discovered by the Guardian Guild or the Skyhall. So how could Erdan, a mere lord of a family, find them? Something told Michael there was more to the story than Hammon and Tanatar told him. Unfortunately, Michael doubted either of them knew the full story behind Erdan's decision. Chapter 763, A God's Judgment. Happy New Year, my dear readers. As my tiny gift to you all, I will mass release 5 chapters on January 5, 2023. May you receive all the blessings from the God. Tanatar and Hammon were both in shock after hearing each other's story. Neither of them couldn't believe what the other had gone through over the years. Michael believed Tanatar's story as much as he believed Hammon's. While they were silent, staring at each other, Michael punched the wall. The entire wall trembled as dust and pieces of ceiling crumbled down. Tanatar yelled at Michael, but he ignored the elf and continued to punch the wall. The wall was at least 2 or 3 meters in width. Usually, it would take special equipment and runes to penetrate the wall. But to Michael, his fist was more than enough. The vault continued to tremble as dust crumbled down from above. "Stop!" Tanatar shouted at Michael. As someone who built the walls, Tanatar knew why Michael was punching the wall in that certain place. After punching a hole in the wall, Michael noticed a blue rune glowing within the wall. Michael opened his palm as a stream of dark flames shot to the rune. Under the scorching heat of the dark flame, the rune faded away. As the rune disappeared, the shield around the elven rune flickered. It lost a bit of its glow. Michael scanned the room for more runes. He counted 3 more. "Hammon, who the hell is that? You have to tell him to stop," Tanatar yelled at Hammon. "I can't," Hammon shook his head. Hammon's mind was in a mess. After hearing Tanatar's story, everything he believed turned out to be false. At that moment, Hammon's entire life felt pointless. He couldn't care less about the elven rune. Meanwhile, Michael reached another wall and started punching it like before. The soldiers tried to break the vault door from outside. Michael heard them yell at each other, trying to force their way in using siege machines. Once again, Michael saw a rune within the wall. He simply destroyed the rune with his dark flames. The shield flickered as it shone dimmer and dimmer. Tanatar struggled against the invisible force binding him to the wall. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape. He even tried to cast a spell, only to fail. The force prevented him from completing his spell. Michael, on the other hand, completely ignored Tanatar and Hammon. When Michael started to punch the wall covering the last rune, Tanatar screamed at him as loud as he could. Michael created a hole deep enough to explode the rune with a couple of punches. His fist turned blood red. Punching still hurt his fist despite covering his fist with the dark flames. If anyone else tried to punch the wall, they would have ended up with a broken hand. The final rune glimmered with a tinge of crimson red. Just like before, Michael destroyed the rune with his dark flames. The black flames coiled around the rune like a snake and vaporized it. At last, the shield covering the golden plate with the elven rune fell down on the ground. Michael made his way to the golden plate and picked it up from the ground. The golden plate pulsated with strange energy. Suddenly, a powerful blast of grayish energy blasted Michael away. Michael was caught off guard. He flew onto the wall behind him and hit it with a loud thud. His hands went numb. Michael quickly picked himself up to see a strand of purplish flame seep out of the golden plate. A primordial flame. The flame glowed brighter and brighter. To Michael's surprise, the flames formed a creepy smiley face in the air. As though the dark flames had some kind of hostility toward the strange primordial flame, the dark flames shot out of Michael's body. The dark flames produced an otherworldly hissing sound. Michael felt like the two flames wanted to kill each other. He could literally feel the dark flame's hatred toward this new primordial flame. Michael dashed at the purple flame to absorb it somehow. However, The purple flames lashed at Michael. He quickly jumped, flipping in the air to avoid the flame waves. He immediately cast Silenes to slow the time around him. He wanted to catch the purple flame. However, the primordial flame did not get affected by the spell. Its shot flew above, penetrating through the ceiling as though it was made of foam. Michael landed right above the hole. He looked up at the hole to see nothing but the sky. The primordial flame penetrated through the manor and flew away. Damn it, system, Michael cursed the system. If it was online, Michael could have absorbed the primordial flames. Since the primordial flames would choose its host as a sentient being, Michael had a feeling the flames were on their way to finding a suitable host. What the fuck was a primordial flame doing inside this? Michael picked up the golden plate with the elven rune on it. After the primordial flame escaped, the elven rune did not pulsate any powerful energy waves. Michael put the elven rune inside his space ring before turning his gaze back at Hammond and Tanatar. Did you know what that was? Michael asked them. They looked just as confused as Michael. He sighed. He walked toward Hammond. He was telling the truth. The flame you saw had powerful energy radiation. Your family spent years in this radiation. So when he took the golden plate with these flames trapped within, the energy radiation disappeared. Your bodies and souls couldn't adapt to living without this energy radiation. Hence, the sickness. Simply put, the real culprit is the flames trapped within the golden plate, Michael explained to Hammond. However, Hammond's eyes glimmered with doubt. It made sense. After all, Hammond spent his entire life believing Tanatar betrayed him and his family. That kind of hatred wouldn't go away so easily with a few words. You lost a family long ago but gained a new one here. There is no reason for you to seek revenge anymore, said Michael. Normally, Michael would avoid giving advice or putting his nose into someone else's business. But Michael lived with Hammond and the Genrick family for a year. He had a soft spot for them. Unlike Maxim and his family, Tanatar did no wrong to Hammond. Michael wished Hammond to embrace his new life and let go of the pointless anger. Judging by Tanatar's look in his eyes, he was willing to forget and forgive what Hammond did. The question was, will Hammond change? Michael waved his hands as both Tanatar and Hammond fell from the wall. They breathed heavily. Michael turned his gaze toward Tanatar. I will take the elven rune from you, said Michael. You can't. Give it back. Tanatar dashed at Michael without a second thought. Michael simply raised his hand, sending a wave of wind to knock out Tanatar. The gust of wind blasted Tanatar onto the wall. Tanatar growled in pain. He even coughed up blood. If Michael didn't hold back his power, a simple wave of wind could have killed Tanatar. After purifying his body with pills and potions refined by him, his power skyrocketed. It even freaked out Michael. He actually had to hold back most of the time to avoid accidentally killing his foes. Hammond didn't lift a finger. Michael saw the lingering hatred in Hammond's eyes and sighed inside. P1E's visit N0V1B in. You don't do anything stupid, Tanatar. I can take this rune and go away peacefully or take it after I slaughter your entire family. The choice is yours. Lightning bolts crackled around Michael's wrist. The mere mention of Tanatar's family made him back off. This elven rune was a burden for both of you. Be glad I am taking it off your hands. Don't make me kill you all, Michael threatened Tanatar. The aura Michael released made Tanatar tremble in fear. Not a single word escaped the elf's mouth. Meanwhile, Hammond stood there like a statue waiting for the Dark Lord to leave. Hammond, Michael turned his head. He looked at Michael but avoided direct eye contact. Suddenly, Michael grabbed Hammond and lifted him off by his neck. Tanatar's heart skipped a beat. He dashed at Michael. Let him go. Tanatar yanked Michael's hands. Should I kill him for you, Hammond? Michael asked Hammond. When Tanatar heard these words, he stepped back from Sihul in fear. Hammond did not answer Michael right away. Instead, he took a few moments and hesitated to say no. Some people never let go. Michael threw Hammond away. Michael simply pointed his finger as a golden lightning bolt shot out of his fingertip. In a blink of an eye, the lightning bolt went straight through Hammond's head. Since Hammond was too weak, his entire body exploded into a red mist in the air. The blood splattered across the room, painting the walls and floor red. Tanatar's mind went blank. Not a single piece of flesh hit the ground. Blood slowly trickled down from the ceiling. After the red mist settled down, Tanatar came to his senses. Why did you kill him? Tanatar growled at Michael. Before Tanatar could do something stupid, Msihal flicked his wrist, keeping Tanatar still. His hatred for you and your family runs too deep. Sooner or later he might have flipped and killed you all. I killed him so you won't have to. He could have changed. He just needed time, Tanatar shouted at Michael. His eyes turned blood red due to all the suppressed rage and fury. Life is not rainbows and unicorns, Tanatar. If he did change, which I don't believe he would, you would all be a family again. But what if he didn't? What if he still wants to hurt you? Then, you won't have a family to be together with, said Michael. Tanatar shook his head. It wasn't your call. Who are you to decide whether he lives or not? You are not a god. Tanatar shouted as loud as he could. I am, Michael simply said. He didn't bother wasting his time explaining it to Tanatar. The elf may have held a grudge against him, but Michael knew he had done the right thing. Over the past year, the Genric family treated him like he was their own. Michael felt grateful toward them. He just settled his debt by ensuring the Genric family's survival. Chapter 764, Hell Flames, you have a lot to learn and improve if you are going to match him, baby girl, said Adelia. Gaia breathed heavily several meters before Adelia. The training ground behind the castle had several cracks in the ground. The mother and daughter duo barely held back in a mock battle between the two. Although Gaia used almost all her power, she couldn't defeat her mother. No one can match him. He is a god, Gaia growled. That's not an excuse. He wasn't always the god. He trained and fought hard to get to this point, said Adelia. Nightmare and Vidora gawked at Adelia and Gaia. They missed having a bowl of popcorn and snacks to watch them bicker and fight. Nightmare laughed, seeing Gaia getting her ass kicked by her mother. In the Dark Army, only Adelia could defeat Gaia in a battle. Even when Adelia suppressed her cultivation to match Gaia, she still defeated Gaia without breaking a sweat. I trained him. Well, mostly, Gaia rolled her eyes. Why don't you challenge him to a duel when he returns? Asked Gaia. It'd be a great motivation for me to see you get defeated for once. You want your mother to fight the Dark Lord? I never thought you had a grudge against me, Adelia sighed. Gaia sighed and threw the sword in her hand. It's not like that, mother, Gaia gently smiled. Gaia was about to go to her mother and embrace her when a bolt of lightning hit the training ground. Gaia and Adelia were startled by the sudden lightning bolt strike. To their surprise, they saw Michael where the lightning had just struck. How are my two favorite ladies in the world? Asked Michael as they all dashed at Michael. Nightmare shrunk himself and leaped onto him with Vidora. Nightmare and Vidora showered Michael with wet kisses. It had been a year since they saw Michael. Michael rubbed their chin as he turned his gaze toward Gaia. He opened his arms, waiting for her to embrace him tightly. Gaia hugged him as her face lit up with joy. She buried her head in his chest like a little girl. For a few moments, Michael stayed in this group hug. I missed you, bastard, Gaia purred. What do you mean, miss me? We just met a week ago, Gaia smiled. Even though Michael pretended to be Elmer in the Genric family, he occasionally met Gaia by teleporting to the floating mountain in the dark ocean. He was grateful that the runic teleportation worked while the system was offline. Shut up for a moment. Gaia punched him in the chest and dragged this lovely moment as long as she could. Finally, after a minute or two, Adelia cleared her throat to disband the hug. She knelt down to pay her respect when she saw the Dark Lord's gaze fall on her. You don't have to do this. We are family, said Michael. Vidora jumped onto Michael's shoulder. After a year, Vidora and Nightmare both grew in size and power. They were just a few months of cultivation away from reaching the fusion stage. I swore to serve you as your servant long before you met Gaia, my lord. So it's my duty to bow my head and kneel down, said Adelia. Oh, come on, mother. Don't make him pull ranks on you and order you not to do this. Gaia rolled her eyes. You can do this until we get married. After that, you'll officially become my mother-in-law, and then you have to stop all this. Are you ordering me, my lord? Adelia asked with a playful look. Not yet, Michael smiled. Finally, Adelia rose to her feet as Michael let go of Gaia. Nightmare jumped onto Michael's other shoulder and swapped his tail around Michael's neck. Michael looked around the floating mountain and saw the castle construction work in the distance. The waterfall behind the construction site proudly flowed from atop the sword-shaped mountain peak. He noticed the vampires patrolling the floating mountain as Saber instructed them. Thanks to Mugishiku, the dark ocean became a perfect safe haven for Michael. Looking at the dark storm clouds above him and the continuous lightning storm, Michael wondered if he had lived in the place before he reset the universe. This place was simply perfect. The only drawback was transporting construction materials to the island by ships. At the moment, they had portals to let people go in and out of the mountain. However, these portals failed to transport goods and materials. He needed the system's help to find a solution to this problem. He slowly walked toward the construction site with Adelia and Gaia by his side. Did you get the elven rune? Asked Gaia. Yes, said Michael. Gaia felt a strange concern in his voice. Something happened? Michael nodded. I found the elven rune, but I also found a primordial flame. Everyone was surprised by Michael's words. Did you absorb it? Asked Iag, only to see Michael shake his head. It escaped, said Michael. Wait, you have the dark flames. Rowena has the cold flames. I saw Noah use heavenly flames. That makes 3 primordial flames. It's safe to assume there is a light flame since you have the dark flames. This means the primordial flame that escaped your grasp must be the hell flames, said Gaia. Michael shared the same thoughts too. But one question kept nagging Michael's brain regarding the primordial flames. If Noah has the heavenly flames, who has the light flame? Has it found a host yet? If Noah is the god of light, the light flames will choose Noah. That's not always the case, my lord, Adelia interjected. What do you mean? Iag turned her gaze toward Adelia. Let's just say someone has found the light flames before Noah and you were born, then the light flames have to choose a host. One of 3 things must have happened. 1. No one has found the light flames yet, and they are still trapped somewhere. 2. Noah possesses both heavenly flames and the light flames. 3. Someone else has absorbed the light flames. Michael listened to Adelia in silence. After spending time with Adelia, Michael learned where Gaia got her intelligence from. Adelia had both the brains and power. A deadly combination. He hadn't seen her fight with his own eyes, but he knew everyone in his army feared Adelia as much as they feared Gaia. How's your search for the arrows going? Asked Michael. When Adelia first came to the mountain, she already had 1 god-killing arrow. Ever since then, Michael ordered her to find more of these arrows. Apparently, the system level was too low to find more of these arrows. Hence, Michael had to rely on old methods. P1E's visit N0V1B in. Michael didn't know there were a total of 7 arrows in total. Noah had already found one, and thanks to Adelia, Michael had one. Which meant there were 5 more arrows yet to be found. Michael knew whoever held these arrows would have the ultimate power. Michael wanted them to be with him if these arrows could kill a god. But finding these arrows proved to be extremely difficult. Michael assigned the task to his best and most powerful subordinate, Adelia Ashton. Michael didn't trust anyone with the arrow he had in the space ring, not even Eladir. Instead, he waited for the system to come online so he could learn more about these arrows. Not a single day passed without Michael cursing the system for being offline for such a long time. In fact, he actually missed the system's snarky comments more than he missed its power. I might have found a clue about the next arrow. But I need some time, said Adelia. Saber contributed the most to Adelia's search for these arrows. The elder vampire was extremely resourceful and had contacts almost everywhere. Thanks to him, Adelia received a tip about an ancient artifact in a place called the Devil's Pit. Unfortunately, the place was crawling with guardians. Hence, Adelia was still planning to explore the place without alerting the guardians. Now that the Dark Lord was here, she could ask for his help. Whatever you need, I am here, said Michael. I have a surprise for you. Gaia wanted to take Michael's mind off things like the god-killing arrows and wanted to lighten up his mood. She had the perfect gift for him to make him smile. Lead the way. Michael let Gaia lead the way to the castle. Eventually, they all reached the construction site where several dwarves and orcs worked. When they saw Michael, they quickly bowed. Their eyes glimmered with fear and respect. According to Gaia, the castle would take at least 2 more years to finish. Fortunately, they prioritized a few rooms, such as Elidar's workshop, storeroom, Michael's room, and Nightmare's room, where Vidroa stayed. Of course, these rooms were temporary until the dwarves could finish the castle. Michael bought the castle plan for 3 million badass points. This was one of his most expensive purchases to date. However, it was not a complete plan. The system offered him plans and blueprints for various defense systems he could build upon the castle. By the time Michael completely finishes the castle, it will be the strongest stronghold in the world. To be honest, Michael couldn't wait to see his castle in its complete form. He spared no expense to get the best materials and runes in the construction. He kidnapped the best dwarven engineers and builders to build his castle. At first, these dwarves refused to work for the Dark Lord, but after some persuasion and a handsome wage, they finally agreed. It was the carrot. The stick was their families. If they refused to work for Michael, Gaia would have kidnapped their families and used them to force the dwarves. Fortunately, the dwarves picked the easy way. They entered the castle through a hole in the ground since these rooms were built underground. The pathways were dimly lit with torches. Michael noticed holes in the ceiling for the chandeliers. "Oh, I forgot to mention, I called everyone in the order to have a meeting," said Gaia. "They'd be here in a few hours." "Good." Michael appreciated Gaia's initiative with a nod. Chapter 765. Sudden argument. Michael followed Gaia behind to enter his room. His room only had a work table for Michael to build new gadgets, a queen-sized bed for Gaia and him, and a sofa set facing the fireplace. But at that moment, something was there, covered in red cloth. Michael felt powerful energy pulses from whatever was inside the red cloth. Although Michael knew what's inside. Yet Michael pretended he had no clue just for her happiness. She walked toward the thing with a dramatic walk. "Are you ready?" asked Gaia. "Surprise me," said Michael. She slowly lifted off the red cloth, revealing a dark metal plate. Tiny bolts of black lightning crackled around the metal piece. Michael could hear the electricity buzzing. It felt like the metal piece was calling for Michael. The tiny lightning bolts reached out for Michael. "Is this one of the armor pieces you were talking about?" Sarba asked. Vidora and Nightmare felt terrified by the sheer amount of energy they felt from the armor piece. A pity this was just a piece of the whole Dark Lord armor. Michael reached out to touch the armor. To his shock, the armor electrocuted Michael. Ouch! Michael quickly moved his hand away from the armor. His hand went numb. What happened? Gaia was shocked. She didn't expect the armor to shock him, literally. "Don't let anyone touch it," said Michael. Judging by the bolt of energy that went into his body, he could tell it had enough power to kill even a soul refiner. Michael noticed dimly glowing runes hidden in the dark armor. The armor looked tattered and contained several cracks, scratches, and cuts. It was obvious this armor had seen hundreds of battles. Michael didn't dare to try to touch the armor yet again. "Weird," Gaia rubbed her chin. "I thought you can touch the armor since it belongs to you. Maybe we have to find every piece and make it whole again." Adelia shared her thoughts. Once again, Michael missed the dam system. If it was online, he could have easily scanned the armor piece and found out what was wrong with it. "One thing is for sure. I cannot use it now," Michael sighed. "How many pieces are there?" asked Sarba. 6 more pieces," said Nightmare. As they were staring at the armor, Azazel appeared behind Michael. "My lord, you are back." Michael turned around to see Azazel bow his head deeply. Azazel was at the fusion stage level 6. Once Michael had reached the immortal stage, Azazel would be able to reach the half-immortal stage. Luckily, Azazel didn't have to go through heavenly tribulation. Michael didn't know why, but he knew it was something to do with Azazel's demon race. "Glad to see me?" asked Michael as Azazel nodded. "It's my blessing to see you, my lord," Michael chuckled. "When did you become such a sweet talker? Are you in love or something?" Azazel awkwardly smiled without knowing how to answer Michael. Speaking of love, where is Ricky? Gaia asked Azazel. He just returned, answered Azazel. Is he still stalking Olivia? Asked Michael. Gaia creased her brows. It's not stalking humans. He is in love with her, except she made her choice to leave him, said Michael. He may have accepted Olivia's decision not to follow him, but he was disappointed in her. He would be lying if he said otherwise. For the first time, Michael noticed the loyalty level go from 90+ to 60%. Ricky was the one who got affected the most by Olivia's decision. He almost felt pity for Ricky. Gaia even asked Ricky to go with Olivia, but Ricky respectfully refused to leave the Dark Lord's side. Who knew the gate guards Michael met at Rivertown would be willing to give their lives for him? Certainly not Michael. They even brought their families with them and put them in Giselle. With Caius' aid, their families lived comfortably under the Dark Lord's protection. So what? He still loves her, and I know she loves him too, Gaia argued with Michael. Seeing her bicker with the Dark Lord himself made Adelia chuckle inside. Even before the marriage, she started to act like an angry waifu. So you're telling me she's with Ricky? Michael calmly asked Gaia. No, then she doesn't love him enough, said Michael. As soon as Gaia heard these words, her eyes glimmered with anger. Are you messing with me right now? She growled. We should go. Adelia grabbed Nightmare and Vidora from Michael's shoulders. Hey, let us go. It's getting good, Ayag hissed at Adelia. Azazel followed Adelia behind and closed the door on his way out. Nope, Michael shook his head. Like any man in the world, Michael failed to comprehend Gaia's thoughts. He might be a god, but he still lacked the power to understand a woman completely. You are being a complete asshole, Michael, said Gaia. She seldom addressed Michael by his first name. But whenever she did, she was furious at Michael. Okay, I am confused. What does Olivia leaving Ricky have anything to do with me? She made her choice. It has everything to do with you. He chose loyalty over love because of you, the Dark Lord. You can't blame Olivia. Not everyone will follow you without a second thought, Gaia growled. Everyone thought Gaia was cold, but in reality she cared about all the subordinates. Ever since Olivia left Ricky, she has been watching over Ricky by keeping him busy. Although Gaia knew of Ricky's secret visit to Olivia, she allowed him, hoping Olivia would change her mind and accept Ricky. As a queen, it was in her blood to care for her subjects. On the other hand, Michael barely lifted a finger. As far as he was concerned, Olivia made her choice, and Ricky had to accept her decision and move on. I cannot force her to follow me either. She made her choice and should be grateful that I didn't end her life by leaving my side after everything I had done for her, said Michael. Why are you suddenly being so strange? Asked Michael. I'm not being strange. I just can't believe you think you are completely blameless in Ricky's case. So what do you want me to do? Go to Olivia and force her to come with me? No, Gaia shook her head. How about you start giving a shit about Ricky and his feelings? For God's sake, he left the love of his life for you. The least you can do is accept you had a hand in the mess, Gaia raised her voice. And how dare you call his love stalking? What if I left you? Will you give a shit or let me go? Gaia punched Michael in the shoulder. Finally, Michael started to grasp where the anger was coming from. To be honest, Michael didn't know what to do if Gaia left him. However, he wouldn't cry or destroy himself like many for sure. Instead of worrying about what he would do after she left him, Michael would ensure she didn't leave him. First, you won't leave me and I won't let you. Second of all, we are not them. We don't have any secrets between us, except one that I told you not to ask me about, Michael said, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulder. He noticed Gaia rolling the engagement ring on her finger. You cannot compare us with other couples. Didn't I tell you Ricky could go with Olivia if he wished to? Both Ricky and Olivia made their choices. We cannot force Olivia to be with Ricky. And you are right. Michael took a deep breath. They broke up because of me. Michael saw no advantage in keep denying it or arguing with her. Gaia's actions made him realize she was mad at him. To be honest, she was right to be so. It was he who refused to marry her when she asked him to. He wanted to be stronger and grow his army before marrying her. It was bad enough that he refused to have any kids anytime soon, but postponing the marriage was just crossing Gaia's patience. Now he realized Gaia had taken the rejection badly. Michael was too busy to care about her feelings, which Michael regretted. P1E's visit N0V1B in T, and I am not going to make any more excuses. I will marry you in 6 months. On the same day I met you first, Michael said. He didn't take this decision on the fly or to calm her down, but with his whole heart. He dragged the marriage thing long enough. Granted, Michael promised her to give the throne of Nagaland before the marriage, but Gaia wasn't interested in the throne anymore. She realized she could rule the entire world from Michael's side. Why did she have to settle for one kingdom when she could rule the entire world? Besides, Gaia wanted to marry Michael more than anything in the world. She wanted to be his side, not as the Dark Queen but as his wife. Gaia was startled by his words. Her eyes glimmered with joy and shock. Before she could say something, Michael locked his lips with her. He didn't want to argue anymore. He swooped Gaia from the ground and moved to the bed. A few hours later, Michael exited his room wearing his Dark Lord armor. Gaia quickly tied her hair and followed him behind to the meeting hall. Michael promised Gaia when the time comes, he would talk to Olivia and explain things better to her for Ricky's sake. They patched things up on the bed and returned to their normal selves. Eventually, after navigating through the dark pathways, Michael and Gaia reached the meeting hall. He heard people buzzing inside. Michael waited outside for a moment before opening the door. Unlike before, Michael did not wear any mask to hide his face. Even after a year, showing his true self to others felt weird. He took a deep breath and finally opened the door. Inside the hall, everyone turned their gazes to the door. The entire hall fell silent as soon as they laid their eyes on him. Every one of his subordinates attended the meeting as they were ordered to. "My lord," Azazel came to Michael's side. "Everyone is here, my lord," said Azazel. "We shall start then," said Gaia. Chapter 766, each with their own problem. When everyone inside the hall saw Michael, they became silent. They quickly dropped to their knees to show their respect. Sadie's eyes glistened with shock. She still couldn't believe Ghost was the Dark Lord all this time, and she shared the bed with the Dark Lord himself. Thinking about that, she both felt terrified and funny. Michael made his way to the long table in the center. His throne, made of skull and bones, was located in the front beside Gaia's throne. Michael sat on his throne, putting one leg atop another. "Take your seats," said Gaia before sitting beside Michael. All of Michael's subordinates took their seats. They looked a bit scared more than usual, seeing Michael almost after a year. Every single one of them heard what had transpired on the Ithilien island. Just like the rest of the world, they were scared too. After all, Michael slaughtered half-immortals and immortals as though they were nothing. To this date, Michael received badass points whenever someone gets afraid of what Michael did at Ithilien. It passively generated Michael with badass points. In addition to Michael's subordinates, he noticed a few new faces. These new faces were the ministers working for Michael's subordinates. Among these, some familiar faces stared at Michael with shock and awe. For now, Michael ignored them. "We will initiate the new members into the order after this meeting," said Gaia. "How is everyone doing?" Michael asked his subordinates. "Very well, good, fine, thanks to you, Dark Lord," his subordinates answered him with respect. "I am glad to hear that. I was gone for a year, so I want to hear what you did in that time." Michael glanced over at his subordinates. "Let's start with you, Tiberius, King of War." Michael turned his gaze toward Tiberius. Physically, Tiberius looked healthy, glowing, and with more muscles. He wore fancy robes suitable for a king rather than a warrior. The cultivation device made by Michael and Eladir glimmered around his wrist. The device resembled a silver wristwatch with something glowing in the center. It was built with intricate parts and runes that turned arch-energy crystals into pure energy and helped Michael's subordinates cultivate even within the void line. This device was the most precious and powerful thing an order member could have. Only those who swore their loyalty directly to Michael received this device. Each device was equipped with a self-destruction rune. In case someone else got their hands on the device, It would explode into pieces, leaving nothing behind. Because of the cosmic energy coursing through his veins and the device around his wrist, Tiberius managed to reach the fusion stage level 5. Michael was happy with Tiberius' cultivation progress. In fact, no one disappointed him. Tiberius took a deep breath. I've been building an army as I was ordered. Freeland is growing faster than I initially expected. Since we haven't faced a war, our army lacks real battle experience, said Tiberius. Although they had a large army, most soldiers in the army didn't fight in a real battle. Without fighting a real battle, they would still be novices when it comes to war. Unfortunately, no one had the guts to wage war against the Freeland ruled by Tiberius. The biggest reason was Giselle's rapid growth in power. Gaia's leadership and the resources Giselle received from the order made Giselle stronger than any other kingdom ruled by a senate. On top of that, Maven became a part of Giselle, making Giselle the biggest kingdom in the southern continent. Among the 7 kingdoms in the southern continent, Maven and Giselle became one. As a result, 7 kingdoms became 6 kingdoms. With King of the Night, Saber's help, we managed to broker peace between Pre-Rid and Myril. So we didn't need to send out troops to fight Pre-Rid, said Tiberius. General Quintus worked for Fabia, who was working for Saber, so General Quintus became Michael's subordinate without him knowing. Gaia talked about initiating Quintus into the order as he was a fierce warrior and could be a valuable asset to them. However, Michael needed time to assess everyone's opinion of Quintus. He invaded Aria's homeland and turned them into slaves. Plus, he killed Heinberg, which gained Tiberius' wrath. Therefore, they might not be so welcoming to Quintus. In fact, Michael wouldn't be surprised if Aria or Tiberius wanted Quintus dead. At that time, Michael would have to end Quintus' life not to piss his subordinates off, especially Aria, whose life was turned upside down because of him. As for Kivin, Zoril, and Nettis, if you don't know about these kingdoms are called Trident of the Southern Continent, ruled by kings instead of senates, Gaia explained to the newcomers. Continue, said Gaia as Tiberius went on. They don't meddle with the Senate-ruled kingdoms. If I may, Dark Lord, Sadie raised her hand. I heard the 3 kings had met each other in secret. Also, I've been hearing from my girls each kingdom is bolstering its military and defense, said Sadie. As the Queen of Whispers, she was tasked to learn what was happening in the world as much as she could using the Silver Moon Girls. Sadie recruited girls and sent them to every single kingdom in the world, to learn rumors and information from the nobles. The Silver Moon Girls were extremely efficient in gathering information and secrets from drunken nobles. Under their charm and beauty, the nobles opened up, and secrets flowed out of their mouths like a river. Do you know why they met? Asked Gaia. Not yet, Dark Queen. But I put my best girls to work. We will have something soon, said Sadie. As I was saying, they don't meddle with the Senate-ruled kingdoms. In other words, we do not have anyone to wage war on. An unused blade will eventually go blunt. So I'd like to request the undead to fight, Dark Lord. Tiberius made an unusual request to Michael. Michael thought about Tiberius' request for a few moments. He certainly couldn't go wage a war against a kingdom just to train his army. Even if the 3 kingdoms were bolstering their defense and army, it wasn't enough to wage war against them. Sometimes, they might do this because of Michael's existence in the southern continent. Dalar. Michael turned his gaze toward the orc at the table. I can definitely spare some undead for training, Dark Lord. But where do I send them? We cannot let the world see our undead, said Dalar. Cover them with armor, Michael simply said. Michael remembered Gaia's words about getting them a dedicated pocket dimension for their army to enter and train. Unfortunately, creating a pocket dimension was not that easy, even for a 6-star Runemaster. Once again, the system could solve this problem if it didn't go offline. But for now, covering the undead with armor had to do. That's all for my part, Dark Lord, said Tiberius. Give a report about the army to her later, said Michael as Tiberius nodded. After Tiberius finished his report, Michael turned his gaze toward Corey. Unfortunately, we are not lucky as King of War, Corey sighed. Our ships are getting attacked often by the Guardians and some unknown ships. They use a hit-and-run tactic, Corey's eyes burned with frustration and anger. Unknown ships. Michael tilted his head. He wasn't surprised by the Guardian ships, unlike these unknown ships. One should fear the unknown the most. Michael recalled Spectre's words in his mind. I ordered my men to catch one and interrogate them, but those bastards killed themselves before my men could catch them. The poison they used didn't even spare their bodies. By the time my men reached them, there was nothing but ashes. Michael creased his brows hearing about these men. Next time you spot one of these ships, contact me immediately, said Michael. Yes, Dark Lord, Corey bowed. Is there something else? Gaia asked after seeing the troubled look on Corey's face. Sorry to be the bearer of problems, Dark Queen, Corey sighed. It's okay. We are here to find solutions to problems. Tell me what's bothering you? Asked Gaia. We need a safer port for our ships. I've been thinking if we could anchor our ships in the dark ocean, it'd be better. At the moment, the lightning storm and the climate in the dark ocean made it impossible for a ship to sail to the floating mountain. Instead, all the ships Corey had been building were anchored on her island. The more ships she built, the more attention she drew from the Guardian Guild. Hence, Corey wanted a safer place for the ships to anchor. What could be a better place than the place where the Dark Lord is? So you want our help with the lightning storm? Asked Gaia as Corey nodded. Gaia turned her head to see Ghost's reaction. He remained as calm as ever. After a while, he opened his mouth. For a while, keep the ships on your island. I will tell you when to sail in when the right time comes, said Michael. Michael had been thinking about shifting his naval army to the Dark Ocean for a while. However, the Dark Ocean's weather stopped him from doing so. This was yet another problem that the system could solve. Although he was a god, he didn't have the power to control the weather as much as he liked to. The lightning storm and the weather made the floating mountain an impenetrable fortress. Disabling them would leave them vulnerable. Hence, Michael wanted to find a way for the ships to be immune to the lightning storm and the weather. Even Michael's Big Bertha was anchored at Corey's island instead of the Dark Ocean. Ever since Michael went to the Genric family, he didn't have enough time to equip Big Bertha with new weaponry. Now that Michael had acquired the Elven Rune and the system's offline period would soon come to an end, he could finally give the ship what it truly deserves. Yes, Dark Lord, Corey bowed. Have you seen the Empress ships? Asked Michael. For some reason, Michael suddenly thought of the Elven Empress. No, Dark Lord, Corey shook her head. After Corey, Michael looked at a familiar face. He couldn't help smiling. How are you, Eve? Asked Michael. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.